Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze in Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Pluxee, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Pluxee effect. More joyful moments, more opportunities, more of what really matters to you. We are Pluxee, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
The business, which is create partnerships with our customers.
We're a local firm based in the city centre. We get to mix with nice local businesses. We've gained a lot of exposure and clients off the back of it.
You come to the club on a summer's day, the beautiful views, the food offering, the drink, it's just a good
I haven't done a check. I'll do it now. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to get underway on day 4 of this game between Worcestershire and Middlesex, with Middlesex in a very, very commanding position. Worcestershire 33 for 2 in their second innings, needing another 325 runs to secure a very unlikely victory, given that they've been behind in the game almost since the beginning. It's been a good game of cricket, really well contested. Neither side has ever been miles away from the other, perhaps more at this moment than at any, it must be said. Really good bowling from both sides, good gritty batting, especially from Middlesex on day 1 and from Lewis Deploy yesterday when he made a brilliant unbeaten 100 to set up this situation. But Middlesex needing 8 more wickets all day to get them. A bit of overnight rain has cleared. It's a bright morning, and Worcestershire very much up against it. I'm Frank Watson, BBC Herald from Worcester. Alongside me is Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. Good morning, Kevin.
Hello, Frank. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you.
Hello, listeners. How are you?
Yeah, we're all right.
Yeah, quieter day in the ground today. It's not an optimist. I don't think that's overly a sign of optimism. You were mentioning about Sundays being quiet here, and the same at Lord's. You know, it fades down from the first day. The first day is the best attended, isn't it? And then down it works across the 4 days. But yeah, well, if it is a Middlesex win, it could happen quickly. If it's a Worcestershire win, though, it could be here for some time. You laughing back at us being silly?
Just doing the voice check. First ball of the day then, Roland Jones to Roderick, played defensively up to middle. He played quite well, I thought, last night, Gareth Roderick. He's faced 41 deliveries now, and he's only gone 13. Lost his partner, Latigan, just before the end when the ball bounced really sharply from Zafar Gohar, and I asked about it afterwards, and it came off the glove, that looping catch up to Helm at first slip, and poor old Latigan, absolutely nothing he could do about it really. As Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and Roderick gets the first run of the day, turning that one off his legs to square leg, where the aforementioned Zafar Gohar does the fielding and underarms the ball back in, and it's 34 for 2. Ben Allison, the night watchman, on strike now, yet to get off the mark. Did his job last night, such as it was, just soaked up a few deliveries. 6 of them, in fact. Can he hang around this morning? Worcestershire, they've got about all day, basically. I think they're probably well aware that if they bat all day, they might get somewhere close, I suppose, but they might more likely save it. As Roland Jones bowls, and forward comes Allison and plays it firmly back to the bowler. But yeah, bat all day is the order of the day. They did it at Taunton last year, first game of the season. Did it at Derby this year, first game of the season. Batted all day on the last day to save the game. Difficult pitch to do that, though, I think. This one. Talking to various players about it since the start of the game. Is Roland Jones, and Allison plays as defensively, and I was talking to Brett D'Oliveira about it yesterday, and he said it's an odd one because you'll have an hour where nothing really happens, and that's happened in all 3 innings really. There might be a quiet hour or so, and then suddenly you get an absolute snorter, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he said that gets in your head really, and you're thinking, sooner or later there's going to be one coming along that's got my name on it. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Allison gets a run, turning this one on the leg side. He's off the mark. Second run of the day, 35 for 2. So yeah, it's an unusual one in that sense. I think that you have these quiet periods, and then suddenly an over like that one that Taylor bowled to Robson yesterday, where the ball 3 times kind of reared quite sharply up, and then maybe nothing for another half an hour. Very strange. Not happening all the time. Roland Jones bowls. Roderick is very well forward, covering any kind of bounds, pushes that back up the pitch. End of the over from Roland Jones. 2 runs came from it, and Worcestershire are 35 for 2 after 1 over this morning.
I was looking back to see Middlesex were held up desperately by a night watch earlier this season. In fact, they were held up by 2 in the same innings in a partnership. It was at Lord's, and it was the first innings against Derbyshire, and Middlesex had posted 177. Derbyshire posted 376. That was largely down to Aitchison, Ben Aitchison, who hit his maiden first-class century, 112 off 157 deliveries. He and Potts had been sent up the order. As here is Helm, right arm over, he bowls to Allison, who drives through the covers right on cue, and he picks up a single. That was a lovely flowing drive. He hasn't timed it. Mid-off gets around and prevents it going any further. Just a single.
He's a good batter though, Aitchison, isn't he, to have coming in as a night?
Well, Aitchison and Potts were the 8 and 9 for Derbyshire in that match, and in their partnership, having been sent up, so 8 and 9 aren't your 10 and 11. Let's be honest about it, as you say. Where would Allison have come in?
10 probably.
Coming at 10. Here is Helm. 3 slips, backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg, and Helm is right arm over, he bowls to Roderick, who drops a single into the onside. Around goes Roland Jones from mid-on. Worcestershire are 37 for 2. The partnership between Potts, who was sent in ahead of Aitchison, so what was it? Came, Rees, Montgomery and Jewell, but then Potts was sent in at 5. They lost clearly another top order, so Aitchison was sent in at 6. Potts hit 31 off 55, and that partnership, let's have a look. Well, it was only worth 40, 15 overs, as in comes Helm onto the hip, and that's worked beautifully by Allison for 4. Goodness me, we talked about Robson and Geddes not quite timing ones off the hip, off the back foot, and saying, was that a reflection of the pace, the bounce of this surface? Well, either of them, certainly even Robson, would have been proud of that one from Aitchison. He's on to 6 from 11, 41 for 2. So that partnership, it was 15 overs. But you know what it's like, that was the second morning. And he thought, right, bang, bang, don't let this be a problem. Well, a problem it was, because, as I say, Potts hit 31 and Aitchison hit 112. Madsen then came in thereafter. And the key with all of that as well was they came together with the ball in the 30th over. So those 15 overs that they batted softened that ball. And thereafter, Madsen hit a century as well. Here's Helm, he's in, bowls, and this is run to backward point by Allison, and there's no run. 41 for 2, so they've been burnt once already by 2 night watchers this season in that Derbyshire game. And Derbyshire did indeed go on and win that game by 7 wickets, as Middlesex then had to go out and basically match Derbyshire's first innings score of 376, having been bowled themselves for 177. They hit 320. Derbyshire were 124 for 3 in winning that one. And that was a bit of a hammer blow to Middlesex, that defeat, which puts more pressure on this, having already lost to Worcestershire as well. As Helm is in, bowls, and forward goes Allison, pushing back. It's fielded at mid-on, but quite clearly that is Allison's job this morning, isn't it? Give us 40 minutes if you can. 30 minutes, 40 minutes, go on. Just hang in there. And again, that 30 minutes, that's 8 more overs on this ball. You're up to 23 overs. I mean, if he hung around for an hour this morning, Allison, then the ball's an hour older, already 15 overs old now. And that target, 317, might be a little closer to 250, as here's Helm in bowl. Solid defence from Allison. I thought I'd talked him out there and he was going to go next ball, Frank. 6 for Allison.
You tried. They can't accuse you of not trying.
41 for 2. Roderick will have strike on 15.
Lovely morning at New Road. Really, really lovely sunshine and not a lot of breeze. Comfortable temperature. I had to walk down to the ground this morning from where I live about a mile away, and it was very, very pleasant. Just strolling along, and the ground looks a picture. Not a great number of spectators in, as you might expect. It would fill up a little bit if Worcestershire were doing well. I think you'd see that this afternoon if they suddenly get to a position where it looks like they might even pull off a very unlikely win, then I think you'd get a few more spectators in. It's a long way off that now at the moment as Roland Jones comes in from the Diglis end and Roderick turns this first ball of the over on the leg side behind square for a single. Zafagohar off the boundary in front of the scoreboard on the 7 side of the ground is in to do the fielding. One more onto the total. Roderick goes to 16. 42 for 2. Roland Jones yet to pick up a wicket, although he was massively influential in the first wicket to fall, of course. Bowls, and well, unlucky here not to pick something up. He's got the outside edge of Allison's bat. Didn't know much about that. He's got 4 runs off the edge down to third man. Some pathetic applause really from the spectators, but Allison fortunate to get away with that. Takes him into double figures though. He's on 10. Could easily have gone to slip. It was in the air, went down all the way down to third man, past third, so quite wide of third slip. But yeah, Roland Jones with that hand on a beautiful straight drive from Latigan last night, flicking the ball onto the stumps, albeit deliberate. Still very, very unlucky for Jake Libby, who hadn't even faced the delivery at the time. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and Allison is forward and plays up to mid-on. And yeah, and I said to Brett D'Oliveira last night, you know, sometimes you just think things are not going your way, and he said, yeah, that's absolutely right, but that's cricket. And that dismissal and the Latigan one that bounced so sharply that he could do nothing about it, just an indication of how cruel cricket can sometimes be, really. And we all know that. That's part of the charm of the game. Roland Jones in again, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot from Allison on the back foot up to mid-off. Fruitless, but good looking shot. But yeah, Libby, well, just utterly stranded, wasn't he? And you could say, you know, it wasn't a white ball game. They didn't need 10 and over. Why was he backing up so far? But I think we've all done it. I know I've A, been out like that, and B, many other times had the ball flick and think, oh goodness me, I was lucky I wasn't out there. You know, if that had hit, I would have been out. Roland Jones again, bowls, left alone by Allison, taken by Cracknell with his fingers pointing to the sky, a sort of half squat, but wide enough for Allison to leave that one alone. So 1 ball left in the 3rd over of the day, and Worcestershire on 46 for 2. Toby Roland Jones running in, tall, lean figure, nice easy rhythm. He's in, bowls, and Allison's taken on the pad. It drops out on the onside. There's no run as Caleb Faulkner comes in to do the fielding, and Worcestershire have successfully negotiated 3 overs so far. They're 46 for 2.
Other thing to note today, of course, is a Worcestershire win, as unlikely as it may be at this point. The percentage chances are in Middlesex's favour, aren't they? But a Worcestershire win would be a wonderful birthday present to somebody on the ground. Dave Bradley, 37 today, he told me. Happy birthday, Bradders. Actually, he told me 25. It's quite a good line, that. What was it? 25 degrees Celsius, 78 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Only Bradders could come up with that, couldn't they? Happy birthday, old chap, round in the PA's box just to our right.
Shares his birthday with Noddy Holder. I think Noddy Holder's a couple of years older. I don't know.
There's a few similarities there, though, aren't there? They're both as mad as a box of frogs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Helm's in, 46 for 2. Helm bowls, and 4 goes. Roderick pushing back. There's no run.
Who do you share your birthday? I share mine with a very famous singer as well.
Go on.
Rod Stewart.
Hey.
Yeah. He's a bit older than me, just a bit. I was very excited as a teenager when I found out that we had the same birthday. I was later very excited as a Norwich City supporter when I found out they shared a birthday with Ted McDougall.
Ted McDougall?
Yeah.
Go on, who?
Well, he's a famous goal scorer.
Here comes Helm in bowls, and this is Down the leg
All
side
right.
for
Leg buys.
4. Yeah, umpire's tapping on his knee. 50 up. 50 for 2. Target's nearly below 300 already. 308.
Yeah, Ted McDougall was a Scottish striker who found early fame with Bournemouth and scored prodigious numbers of goals in the sort of third division with Bournemouth, including 6 in one game in a cup game. Got signed by Manchester United for quite a lot of money and couldn't find the back of the net at all. This is in the 70s.
Helm bowls, and that's left alone. Back high up in the air, through it goes to the keeper. 50 for 2.
So having sort of struggled at Manchester United, Norwich signed him, and he was prolific, absolutely prolific. Scottish international, and was absolutely brilliant at Norwich. So, yeah, a lot of people will remember Ted McDougall. He's quite a well-known sort of curly, mop-headed goal scorer in the 70s. Brilliant for Norwich, certainly, when they got their first promotion to the old First Division.
Here's Helm bowls past the edge, so it goes to the keeper.
First really good one of the day, that, wasn't it? Had to play it. Could easily have nicked it.
BBC Sport bringing you live cricket here at the county ground in Worcester New Road. Helm, 2 slips, bowling to Roderick. He's in, bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump. 50 for 2. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester alongside myself. Kevin Hand of BBC London. We're travelling back down the motorway in a few hours, but how many hours, Frank? And will it be a happy drive or will it be a sad drive?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be a happy drive.
I tell you what, there's nothing worse than the drive home after a rain-affected draw. That's the most demoralising one of all. You're like, oh, all of that for what? Win or lose, it's or a hard-fought draw, fantastic. But a rain-affected one, they're the worst drive homes. Here's Helm in bowls and Roderick pushing into the offside.
I've just googled Ted McDougall.
Yeah.
So, Liverpool, York, Bournemouth, Manchester United, West Ham, Norwich, Southampton, Weymouth, Bournemouth, Detroit, Blackpool, all sorts of clubs after that. Career record though, how about this? You're a football fan, you know these things.
Yeah.
535 professional career appearances. 256 goals.
Ooh.
That's a goal every other game. That's pretty amazing.
That's
over
good from you,
500
Frank.
games, isn't it? Pretty good. Be worth a lot of money these days.
You worked out 50% there, well done.
Thank you. I'm sitting next to
That's
you.
your set.
Osmosis, isn't it? I've absorbed your arithmetical ability.
It was just that third coffee you've had already. Here's Roland Jones.
He bowls outside the off-stump and Allison leaves alone. 50 for 2. I've had 2 coffees today and I've stopped. I'm not having any more. Yeah.
We got Brad's birthday cake to come, yeah. He's brought one as well.
I'll have a cup of tea with that. No more coffee.
Oh, look. Stream's got Spike on it, on the balcony. There you go, there's Spike. Imagine getting a massage from him. Imagine getting a massage. Imagine his elbow.
Strong wrist.
Imagine his elbow
back,
into your back.
Knee in your
and his name's
back
Spike.
of your hamstring.
His name's Spike. It's just in your head, isn't it, before he's even put his elbow on you.
Roland Jones is in and bowls. And that one beats Allison's forward push. Takes him on the thigh. Drops down on the offside. Bit of a grunt from Roland Jones. Thought he might have just got through. 50 for 2 then, Worcestershire. They need another 308 runs to win. And so far today they have added 17 without loss this morning. Roland Jones in again. Bowls, and that's short and wide, and he cuts at it and misses it, and it comes back. And
was that a bottom edge?
Might have been a bottom edge.
If it was, brilliant stop by Cracknell.
That's the one before. Bit of in-swing on the one before. Cracknell dived to his right. I think either he missed it and it came back a long way, or he got a bottom edge and Cracknell dived away to his left. We'll have a look at the replay now. We're sitting at wide third man when the bowling's from the Diglis end, so it's difficult to be absolutely certain. Yeah, bottom edge, I think. This one is edged to slip, and it's a no ball.
Oh,
whether it was a catch or whether it was put down by Sam Robson, I'm not sure, but it was a no ball
Tom
anyway.
Helm, look at the ponderance between Helm and
yeah,
Cracknell. Well, it was a no ball either way, as you say. So, but all of that,
things are beginning to happen, aren't they?
Well, they are, but that was a very demoralised pick up. I mean, bearing in mind that if it did carry any drops, it was a no ball anyway. Oh yeah, he shelled it. Yeah. Comfortable one. And no ball called.
Nice
Double
shot,
whammy.
Lovely shot from Allison and very well fielded by Roland Jones. I think things are just beginning to happen a little bit. You know what? I've just reflected on this.
He started to walk.
Yeah, he did.
He started to walk.
Yeah, he definitely
I
did.
don't think I've ever seen that before. He's edged it to slip and it's hit the bat and he's pretty much just tucked the bat under his arm and started to walk and then looked around and looked and seen he's dropped it.
Yeah. And then seen it was a no ball, so he would have been called back anyway.
wondering, was it a no ball, you know? It's not gone up on the scoreboard. I think
maybe
the umpire...
it was just the fourth ball of the over.
Yeah, signalling two to come.
Two to come, yeah. Yeah, you might be right. He's nudged this one around the onside for a single anyway.
So it wasn't a no ball. He did,
No,
I saw that arm go out as well, which
it wasn't a no ball. No, I've just looked on the ball by ball. It wasn't a no ball.
Unless the scorers have missed it, but I don't think that was a 7-ball over we just watched.
I don't think it was a no ball. You're right.
That's why I was wondering why Helm took so long to pick himself up, because if you dropped it off a no ball, you kind of kick yourself, but you're also like...
Smile. Yeah.
Thank goodness that was a no ball. But
it was low, but it wasn't, even that difficult, was it?
No, it was a comfortable catch. Helm's not going to hide behind that. He's dropped a dolly. There's... he's quite literally a big lad, but he's a big lad in every sense. Helm's not going to say anything other than, I've shelled a bad one there. But he's also not regularly a slip fielder. He's in there because De Carey's is out. But
I wonder if anybody else has ever thought this. It's only just occurred to me, and I haven't made my mind up yet whether it would be better.
This could go anywhere, folks.
Would the game be improved if every front foot no ball? And it wasn't one, I hasten to add. It's just made me think of it.
Here's a full ball from Helm to Allison, push back.
Would the game be improved if the free hit following a no ball was in all formats?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels a bit odd. Well, the thing is, the reason why I'd say no to the championship, because your mindset as a batter, I wouldn't want my mindset broken. If I'm, batting and then no balls, or even if you're just setting up your innings, you're batting nicely, you're 95 and they bowl a no ball.
Yeah.
Helms past the umpire, he bowls, and this is beating the edge of the bat through to the keeper. 51 for 2, and the reason why I've come up with that so quickly is I too have considered that as well. I've thought of that one. I was like, well, why didn't? And you're like, nah. It upsets everything.
If you're trying to save a game, you don't,
but also
you don't want an extra ball.
There's no fielding restrictions, so no ball. Of course, all 11 of them could go back on the rope.
Yeah.
But as a batter, I don't think I'd want that free hit. When my mind, unless you were chasing runs, unless it was the run chase on the final day like this, but even still, the mindset survival at the moment, I think, as Helms in, bowls, and that doesn't particularly get up to Allison. He's done well trapping the bat down on it.
Yeah, good points. Worth thinking about. Get in touch if you want to, at FrankWatson58 on X, or Twitter, at FrankWatson58. I haven't got a quiz question today, but get in touch if you've got an opinion on that. Would the game be improved if every no ball was followed by a free hit rather than just in the white ball competitions? See what you think.
Here's Helm in, bowls. This is carved through cover point for 4. Allison moves to 15. Worcestershire 55 for 2. 303 to win. A little bit short, a little bit wide. And he just dropped him as well. .55 for 2. His Helm hits the crease, bowls, and this is pushed to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, warm welcome to you wherever you tuned into this BBC broadcast this morning. Around the world, sunnier climes perhaps, and there wouldn't have been many sunnier climes in days 1 and 2 here. It was unbroken sunshine. Might have been warmer, but unbroken sunshine the first couple of days really. Mixed yesterday, but cloud cover today, and morning showers, which in some ways could. You often think of, there's a bit of rain, the covers have been on, the pitch is sweating, but also if the ball picks up a bit of moisture in the outfield, hits those covers over there as Helm's in, bowls, and this beats the edge, through to the keeper it goes. Forward defence from Allison. That wouldn't be the end of the world for Worcestershire. Ground staff left the covers a bit wet over there. You could think of a few grounds that would do it, but not New Road. 55 for 2, 20 overs bowls.
It's interesting that you should say that kind of semi-seriously. I can think of a few teams, etc.
Yeah.
I've had this conversation with more than a couple of the coaches here and captains about the way they go about their cricket, and there was one particular occasion. So at Taunton, first game of the season last year, when Tom Banton made 300, you might remember. Roland Jones bowls, Roderick defends up to mid-on, and Worcestershire had to bat the entire last day to save the game, and they ended up saving it 9 down, having batted all the last day, and the last pair been together for about 45 minutes. It was an epic, heroic save of the game, and at various points, particularly in the last hour, when Somerset bowled more than 20 overs, Roland Jones bowls, Roderick defends again up to mid-on, there would have been opportunities to get a new pair of gloves or go down with cramp. I think Matthew Waite had been batting all day, and they never did it. And they got extra overs in, and they managed. And I said to a couple of people off air and off mic, etc., surely you could have changed your gloves or whatever, had a bit of a drinks break, or Roland Jones bowls again. Roderick on the back foot defends into the offside this time, and they said we have absolutely set our stall out not to play the game in that way, ever to play the game in that way, and to never able to be accused of any kind of sort of gamesmanship, etc., etc. And I've seen it happen since. They did it again at Derby this year. Opportunities that other teams do take, and the most cynical I've ever seen was Notts here in a T20 a couple of years ago.
Go on.
Well, they just, Roderick drives nicely up to mid-off. They admitted it afterwards. Peter Moores admitted it in an interview. They knew exactly when the rain was coming. They'd got the radar, and they knew they were ahead on Duckworth Lewis, and they just took ages and went down with cramp and did all sorts until it started to rain, and then went off and won the game, and said afterwards we knew exactly what we were doing. Quite open about it. Who wouldn't do it? Well, the feeling was in the Worcestershire camp that they wouldn't do it. I just think it's refreshing that they decide that they will play that way. Roderick swivels round here and plays a hook shot, rolling his wrists over the top of it, and plays it out to Zafar Gohar at deep backward square for a single. Nothing illegal was done. You know what I'm saying, don't you? They call it game management in football now, don't they? If there's 6 minutes added time and you only have the ball in play for 2 of those minutes, then they call it good game management. Other people would call it something else. But anyway, they want to be seen to play the game in the right way, is what I mean. And I admire that. And Allison is forward, blocking this one up to mid-off. No run, 56 for 2. Brian Clough always insisted on that, didn't he? That his teams didn't try and influence the referee and didn't try and sort of put one over. I mean, they were hard, as they were in those days, but he always, I think, insisted that they did things appropriately. And that's why he was so anti Don Revy's Leeds, wasn't he? Because he thought that they didn't do it that way, I think. And I'm not accusing anybody of anything that is against the laws or cheating or anything. I just think it's an attitude thing, isn't it? Morgan's coming into the attack for you.
Yeah. Well, we've had half an hour
56 for 2.
So, Seb Morgan, and he will bowl from just down below us. As Morgan runs in, bowls, and this is pushed into the onside. 56 for 2. Roderick 17, Allison 15. But half an hour this morning makes for an annoyance at this stage. But that dropped catch, how annoying will that be? Roderick awaits on 17, Allison has 15, Morgan past the umpire, he bowls and down the leg side. Has he strangled him? No. Cracknell holds on, they all go up but they go down very quickly. That was optimistic from Middlesex, wasn't it? Bat on pad, ball clips the top of the outside of the pad on the way through, the hip guard. Dot ball it is, 302 more. Here's Morgan in, bowls, and bouncer, a bumper, gets big. Wasn't really a bouncer, it was short of a length. He was on the back foot, but he takes the bottom hand off, Roderick, as he defends that into the ground. Gohar runs up from backward point, dries his hand. A little chat for the batter from Gohar there. Yeah, he's saying something, isn't he? Look, Gohar's in his ear. Holden, the batter's right in between Gohar and Holden, and I wonder, as Gohar either said it directly to the batter or he's saying it to Max for the batter to hear. The kind of things you like to see in the field. As here's Morgan in, bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. 56 for 2. It's all part of the game, isn't it? There's a line, of course, but
yeah. I think they understand each other pretty well. Do you know what? We've discussed this many times. It's worse in league cricket than it is in county cricket, isn't it? The verbals. It is, in my experience anyway, last 20 years or so. I think county cricketers have a bit of respect for one another generally.
Morgan bowls, forward goes Roderick, the ball squirts in between short mid-wicket and square leg being Geddes. He retreats to an orthodox mid-wicket to collect, and they have one more. 301 to win. Middlesex desperate, of course, for a wicket just to get things going this morning. And it's funny to say, but I tell you, the one that they're most desperate for is Allison. They do not want a night watch making this ball soft for another 15 overs. He's already helped half an hour this morning and a couple of deliveries last night. What's he faced? 32 of the ball so far. It's his job today. You face as many as you can. Never mind the runs. Here's Morgan in, bowls, and he defends this. 2 mid-off. And it'll be in the back of their minds what happened at Lord's, those two. I know what you're saying about Aitchison. Decent bat, but it was his maiden first-class ton nonetheless. I think he's only got 150. 150 and one first-class ton for Aitchison. And he had to go out and face that ball. I'll just say it was 29 overs old, overnight, and then again the next morning as well. So, he faced some serious batting with some fresh bowlers. It was the first innings. That'll just be on the back of one or two's minds out there, I'm sure it will. Don't let when Helm put down the night watch as well, it's one of those. I mean, when Deploy was put down yesterday, thought that could be costly.
And it was.
Yep.
Here's Roland Jones in pretty good sunshine now, outside the off stump to Roderick, who lifts his bat clear of that one, allows it through to Cracknell behind the stumps. The sun really beginning to burn away that haze now. It's a lovely day at New Road. And so far so good for Worcestershire. as they battle to save this game, really. Roland Jones bowls and Roderick defends out on the offside, no run. I say that, battle to save the game, and that's what it is, it's a battle to save the game. If they then find themselves in a position in mid-afternoon where they've had a really good time and they're in a position where they can actually make an attempt to win it, then I'm sure they will. But initially, survival is the key. 57 for 2. They've survived for 35 minutes this morning so far. Just
what did they resume on?
Attempt. One near miss when Allison edged to slip and was dropped. Roderick defends this one out on the onside. It kept a bit low, that from Roland Jones, but he played it okay.
The partnership's 29, so they've more than doubled the current total, haven't they? I stick around for another 29, these two, this partnership. As I say, if this target to win comes down below 275, certainly if it comes below 250 before they get the night watch, before they break this partnership. It's a long way off. All of that's a long way off, but it is an if. It is an if.
Roland Jones into Roderick, and he is edging, and it bounces just in front of Robson at second slip. Gathers it on the bounce. Very, very nearly carried. Good delivery from Roland Jones. Maybe a little bit wider than he has been bowling, and maybe Roderick just reached for that one. But it bounced short of Robson. He gathered it well, actually, at second slip. But it was a near thing. Yeah, only just in front of him. And actually, I think he did have to play it. As plays this one defensively up to mid-on. He's got to put that out of his mind now, of course, Gareth Roderick. But it was a good delivery from Roland Jones. He pushed at it, edged it, and gathered on the bounce by Robson at second slip. 57 for 2 it remains. One ball left in the over. This is the 23rd of the innings. Roderick turns this last ball of the over to mid-wicket and survives. So there we are. Worcestershire 57 for 2, and they need 301 more runs to win.
Well, excuse me. Yeah. So it's not annoying just yet for Middlesex. Mildly irritating. So Morgan throwing the ball, none for 6 from 4. Roland Jones none for 20 from 9. It was Roland Jones in the first innings, wasn't it? He's got the run out in this one, the backing up run out. But Middlesex need him, but they'll need somebody else as well. You know, this wickets column for Middlesex the last few years, it's been heavily reliant on Roland Jones and Higgins, and there's no Higgins for this one. Roland Jones is full of talk for Morgan at the moment, giving him some serious words of advice and encouragement, no doubt. As Morgan's in, 2 short mid-wickets now. Bowls, it's short, it's wide, and it's cut wide of mid-off for 4. Target to win, or runs required, below 300. 297 more, 61 for 2. Allison moves to 19. Whatever the pep talk was, it didn't work. So that was a bit of a long hop from the youngster, wasn't it? And for me, that is what we must always remind ourselves with youngsters. They will, consistency is far too high an expectation of any youngster. You expect commitment and willing to learn, don't you? But you don't expect consistency, and Morgan's gone well in this match with the bat and asking a genuine all-rounder as he is to perform at the highest level in this country, as his a length ball down the leg side through to the keeper week in, week out. It's a tall order, isn't it, for a young all-rounder to continually go well with bat and ball. comes Morgan Bowles. Up on his toes, punching. This could be back-to-back. It is back-to-back. Through cover points it goes. Gohar gives a slow chase from backward point. And 2.93 to win. Worcestershire 65 for 2. Allison 23 from 36. Roland Jones comes over to put his arm around the youngster. Have a walk back with him side by side to the top of his mark. What do you reckon he'd be saying to him? I mean, one thing is the field. He's got 2 short mid-wicket, so that ball shouldn't really be outside off stump. And as we were saying with the Worcestershire bowlers to Middlesex, in Middlesex's second innings, you've got to bowl the line of the stumps here, because the bounce is in play, there's movement, but with that bounce in play, keep the stumps in play every delivery. Make sure that off stump is being struck, and if it's not, then you've only just missed it out of bad luck on one side, but if you miss it on the other side, you hit it in middle, aren't you? Morgan's in and bowls line and length, which is defended to mid-off. There are only, bar the slips, 2 fielders on the offside, backward point and mid-off, so there you go, the line is clearly there. You can't put it outside off. You got 2 slips. If it does veer off the stumps and straightens on them and nicks, and Middlesex are trying to win the match. They've got catches in, they've got a short leg, they've got a short mid-wicket, a deep square and a long leg, the mid-off and mid-on as mentioned. And backward point, Safa Gohar, Lias deploys a wide mid-off there, covering a fair bit of ground as Morgan's in. Bowls short, hooked on the bounce down to long leg. Couple of bounces maybe. Oh, good throw comes to the non-striker's end. Who was that? Bosch. Morgan, I think, even looks back. Has he thrown that from there? That was a good arm, wasn't it? Morgan was on the hop. He did have to ploy backing him up as well. 2.92 more. 66 for 2. They are going to bring across a fielder from the onside. Reinforcing the covers with Holden. He's come across from mid-wicket. Last ball of the over. Is that because we know that this isn't going to be a bumper and it's going to be on or around top of off? As in he comes, bowls and a solid forward defence. 66 for 2. Roderick 18. Allison 24. No need to get carried away just yet, but there'll just be a little bit of belief growing, I reckon, Frank.
Well, they've doubled the score, haven't they? 33 for 2 overnight from 14 overs, and they've doubled the score, 66 now in 10 overs, so good effort. Allison's led the way, really, 24 to him. Roderick has 18. No wickets have gone down. And I think we're going to see a change in the bowling. I think we're going to see Tom Helm having a go at the Diglis end for the first time in this innings. Good morning to my old school friend, Guy Fenny, who's listening in, watching the live stream, and he says Ted McDougall scored the match of the day goal of the season in 1971-2 at Villa Park against Villa for Bournemouth in a 2-1 defeat, and I remember it was a diving header. And yeah, he went on to better things, as I said. Well, morning to you, Guy. He's an umpire now, Guy, playing umpires in league cricket. Part of a very, very cricketing family. Originally in Harborne in Birmingham, and now I think all down here in Worcestershire, in Breedon, around there. I saw him at the ground the other day, but he's stayed at home today to watch the live stream as Helm comes in for his first bowl from the Diglis end, and that's played nicely by Allison, who's done a good job so far. The night watchman, 24 not out of 39 balls, had a life when he was put down at slip by the man who's now bowling at him. Helm off the bowling of Roland Jones. 66 for 2 then. And Helm is in again. Bowls, and Allison is on the back foot, standing up tall, high left elbow, punching that one up to mid-off. And we deploy, the captain does the fielding. It will be small goals, I think, if you talk to the most county cricketers or professional cricketers about how they handle situations like this. They tell you that they have short-term goals all the time. Change of the field as Gohar's been dispatched back to deep square leg. Helm full outside off though on this occasion, might be about to bang one in short at some point in the over. They tell you that they don't ever look too far ahead. They don't walk out there first thing in the morning and say, well, let's see this through till lunch. They walk out and say, well, let's get through this first 5 overs, and then maybe let's get through another 5, and then get through another 5, and then maybe start to think about lunch or ticking off the 10s or whatever it might be. But they're not looking too far ahead. Bright sunshine now as Helm bowls, and that is a glorious shot from Ben Allison. That's as good as we've seen anything in the innings, and it's gone all the way straight back past the bowler. It was full, it was drivable, but for a player of Allison's stature, as it were, normally would have been the number 10. You could say that's a bit low for him. He's decent eye watchman, but that was a really proper, good straight drive and easily the best shot. A really superb shot back just past the stumps on the onside. 70 for 2. And this one is full again from Helm, and he's worked it up to mid-on for a single. He's played well, hasn't he, this morning, Allison?
Well, we said just before stumps last night, didn't we? Just before saying goodbye to everybody, we said, well, one thing is, just watch out in the morning. If Allison hangs around, and I think we said exactly 45 minutes. If he hangs around 45 minutes, let alone an hour in the morning, he'll have done a bit of damage. This will be below 300. He'll be starting to look towards 250. Then the night watch has got a big job to do, and he's doing a good job of it.
He's forward to this one and plays it solidly back to Helm. That's the end of the over. 70 for 2. Allison now has 28 off 42. Roderick has 18 off 68. And they're soaking it up out there. There are 9 extras. 2 men out last night. Libby desperately unlucky to be run out at the non-striker's end without scoring, without even facing a ball. And Latigan out for 15. 70 for 2.
Yep, it's fascinating stuff as ever. It always is with County Championship cricket, isn't it? One of the great stories to follow. We just wish we had it all year round, don't we? Oh, we wish we had it all summer long as well. Nowadays, used to be all summer long, but still a good one. I do like the 6 at the back of the season now. The 6 games at the back of the season. You know, we've got a nice little interlude now. It keeps players in touch. Some of the bowlers can get a break in between that first burst and now, and then go again back at the end of the season. Darren Lehman was talking about it. The 7 games, the 7 rounds that there were, 7 weeks to start the championship. There were 6 games, and I think both Middlesex and Northamptonshire played the first 3 rounds, had the middle round off, and then played the next 3 rounds. And you know, he was full of praise for that. Morgan's in, bowls, forward goes Roderick, and he defends, and there's no run, because he said, you know, that's about right. You play 3 on the back, have a week off, then play another 3 on the back. Then there's obviously the break for the blasts. Come back for these 2. The 6 at the end of the season, it's straight through though, there's no break at all, is there? It's week upon week upon week through to the finale, whatever it may be. Top of Division 1, bottom of Division 1, top of Division 2. Bottom of Division 2, the wooden spoon's still something that no one wants, as here's Morgan bowls, and this is turned through square for a single. Roderick moves to 19, 71 for 2. Come on, Sebi the Cry.
I'm going to see if I can get a player on with us at some point today, you know.
Ooh.
Maybe, I mean, Latigan and Libby have got a bit of time on their hands today, haven't they?
Yeah.
I wonder if we might be able to persuade one of them to come over for a half an hour or so.
Here comes Morgan bowls, and forward goes Allison, pushing into the offside. There's no run. When it's in the balance, they don't like being on though, do they? Well, I find over the years it's
maybe not. We're seeing if we can do it. We're asking the question.
Yes. Morgan. To the stumps he bowls, and leg side as he clipped it through. Well, we heard a noise. Was it bat on pad? Was it ball on pad? There was definitely a noise on the way through to the keeper, but they settled down very quickly, so the Middlesex team clearly knew what that noise was, and it wasn't bat on ball. Morgan bowls, defended it back up the track by Allison. 28 from 47 for him now. And that 47 is key. 26th over of the innings. Middlesex would dearly love to be using this new ball against top order batters, not trying to get out a tail ender. 287 more. Morgan turns away from our commentary position. He bowls now, and this is driven inside part of the bat, inside edge onto the pad of Fancy, and it falls through square leg for a gentle single, barely reaching the square leg umpire. Allison moves to 29 from 48. Roderick has 19 from 70. Allison keeps the strike. End of the over, 72 for 2, 26 bowled, 84 a minimum of remain of this game. And let's have a look. Who's having a chat? Robson and the skipper. Here's Deploy having a natter at the moment. Helms changed ends. 72 for 2 it is.
Yeah, he's bowled 1 over in this spell so far from the Diglis end. And he was hit for that beautiful straight drive by Allison in his last over. And it's the same batsman that he's going to be bowling at this time. 29 to Allison. As Helm comes in now, bowls to him, and he's very solidly forward and pushing out on the other side. And you know, I'm calling to mind a comment that I made probably about 40 minutes ago, and I said that this pitch, there have been long periods where nothing particularly untoward happens, and then suddenly a couple misbehave, and we've been in one of those periods, haven't we?
Yep.
Helm in, bowls, and that's short, and heaved away on the leg side by Allison. No messing about with that one. Got the man out at backward square, but he's hammered that in front of square, and these are real bonus runs here for Worcestershire from the night watchman. 33 now to Allison. 76 for 2 Worcestershire. And Allison he's looked decent this morning. Put down once, but that's his 7th 4 in this 33. Helm bowls to him again. He lets that go outside the stump. Good pace. Cracknell took that above his head, albeit he was kind of half squatting. But gloves pointed skywards. Decent bit of carry.
Oh, just had a message from Ben Watts. Canterbury this weekend, he said. That's where it is next for Middlesex.
Say hello from me. One of our friends from Kent. I'm looking forward to my trip to Canterbury later this year. Helm bowls, and Allison is forward and pushing into the covers.
Canterbury, New Road and Brighton. The 3 best away trips for a Middlesex commentator.
Yeah.
It's for every other commentator the best trip is Middlesex. But
yeah, obviously. Well, that goes without saying, doesn't it? Yeah, certainly Hove is a good one. Canterbury is a good one. I like them all, really. They've all got something about them, haven't they? Here's Helm again in bowls, and edged by Allison, and it's a tumbling stop at slip by Bobson, dive into his left, bound short of him, I think. So every now and again the edge being found, but on the last couple of occasions the ball hasn't carried to the slips. Bit of lack of pace has been an aspect of this pitch throughout the game. Just watching that one again. Yeah. Ooh, just dropped short, I think, of Robson at slip. Helm again is in and bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Allison. A repeat of the shot he played in the previous over. Half volley on middle and leg, and beautifully driven straight down the ground. I mean, any batter would be pleased with that shot, let alone a night watchman. He's gone to 37, and it's 80 for 2. Lovely, lovely cricket shot.
Well, we're
Very
almost
quiet out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The little few nerves will just be popping into the mind, I'd imagine, wouldn't they, of Middlesex. As I say, they've been bitten once by a night watch this season, which has hurt them. They've been bitten once, or twice even, in the match by Worcestershire. They come back in the first innings, and the start to the second innings that Worcestershire made with Latigan and Libby. Well, those two are gone in this game, but still there, though. Roderick on 19, the number 3, and the night watch, Allison, on 37. He's helped to bring the runs required down to 278, and that was another one we said, you just, don't get too greedy. If these two manage to get it down to 275 before the night watch falls, or indeed Roderick falls. But having got here now, you've got to start thinking, can we get this down to 250 more? If they do, the belief will start to grow. Here's Morgan in, bowls, and up on his toes. Roderick eases to cover point, no run. We can have a game of it, though, I'd say, barring a horrible collapse. You'd imagine this won't be the only partnership we see today. Whenever this partnership ends, you think there will be one more, and at that point, somewhere in that partnership, you might just start to think, oh, there's still a chance. But overall, it should still be Middlesex that'll be thinking 8 wickets. 278 is a lot to get on this final day on a pitch that's been favouring the bowlers, as in comes Morgan and right on cue. Delivery
absolutely.
That lifts and goes past the shoulder of the bat through to the keeper. Head veering away from that one. From Roderick. Are you starting to believe, Frank?
No.
It's Morgan. He's in. Bowls in. Was there a little inside tickle? No. They were going up, but it's a no ball anyway. Yeah.
No, it's not a belief thing, is it? It's you base your expectations on what you've seen before and what your sort of experience tells you. I still think I'm very, very much Middlesex favourites, but we've all seen it happen. It's not one of those. It's a 2 in 10, isn't it? Maybe something like that. Do you think for the batting side?
Yeah, I do. Here's Morgan bowls, and this is pushed back. That was what I was going to say. What's the percentage chance? And probably about a 20.
Yeah.
It's just starting to grow.
Yeah.
20 to 25% chance at this stage.
Yeah, we've seen it happen. I mean, it could still be a draw.
Could indeed. Well, those showers were unexpected this morning. Another one of those. Let's hope not, because that would certainly upset what looks a very good game at the moment. Two slips go down, and Morgan runs in. He bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone through to the keeper. 2 to come of the over. Umpire signal the 2, or check the 2 with each other, which did for us on the dropped catch earlier. It was Allison, wasn't it, the drop?
Yeah.
That was brilliant, the way he tucked his bat under his shoulder. I was sure it was, but that was why I thought I'd better check, because I was so sure it was him. But he tucked under his armpit and then started to walk. In comes Morgan, bowls. Oh, he's gone past the edge. Cry a catch, bat hits the pad, I reckon. It looked like there was a little jutter of the bat there, which would have been caused by the pad. 276 more, 82 for 2. Roderick 19, and here is Morgan turning for the final time in his 7th over. chatter grows in the field. They need a bit of that, don't they? To get that energy going out there, I would suggest. Morgan bowls. Forward defence into the onside from Roderick. Fielded at mid-wicket. Luke Holman's on. Who's he on for? Max Holden. He's coming back on now. He's been off for a comfort break. And on that note, Frank, I'll leave you, if you don't mind, for 10 seconds.
No, that's fine. I'm a bit like that myself. End of the over, 82 for 2. So Allison's doing a really good job at the moment. 37 not out. Roderick 19. And so far, well, an hour played this morning and no wicket has fallen. So that's a very, very good first hour for the home side. Tom Helm from the Diglis End bowls, and Allison drives nicely straight back to the bowler, who fields nicely in his follow through. (82 for 2 it remains. The men out yesterday, of course. Libby run out for naught without facing a ball at the non-striker's end, and Latigan for 15. Helm bowls. Allison drives off the back foot, wants a run, as does Roderick, but quite rightly Allison sends him back as Holden charges across to his left and makes a good stop, diving on a mat that's covering one of the other wickets. Lovely day now, bright sunshine, and an intriguing situation as Middlesex strive for this breakthrough this morning. Helm bowls, Allison driving again up to mid-on, fielded by Bosch, who hasn't bowled yet this morning, and there's no run. 2 slips still in. We've seen a couple edged that have dropped short of slip. We've seen one edge that was dropped at slip by Helm off Roland Jones. Allison, the batter, who tucked his bat under his arm and started to walk off towards the pavilion, thinking it was all over, and then saw that it had been grassed. Helm again bowls short, smashed away on the leg side by Allison again. Tennis shot almost, gone all the way for 6 over mid-wicket, banged in short. Allison just stood up and slapped it away over mid-wicket. It's a cracking shot from Allison, and he goes to 43, and the total to 88 for 2. This is excellent news as far as Worcestershire are concerned. That was a fantastic. Great shot from Allison. I've just heard that we might well be joined by a couple of the Worcestershire players in the afternoon session. Helm is in, bowl short. Allison, that's going to be 6 more. Over long leg. He's pulled that round, and it's only just cleared Gohar, but it's gone all the way again for 6. So Ben Allison is lighting up the morning here at New Road. He has gone to 49. He was not out overnight, and he has absolutely decided to take it on in this over. Now, will he continue to do so or not? You've missed it all. You've missed it all. We've had the news that we're going to be joined by 2 Worcestershire players.
They're starting to believe then.
Dan Latigan and Jake Libby, and well, you've just seen Ben Allison hit 2 sixes in this over. Smashed one over mid-wicket, one over long leg, and he's played this next one defensively up to mid-on. So he's gone to 49 at the end of that over. 94 for 2. 12 coming from that over from Tom Helm. 2 sixes off consecutive deliveries. And, well, I'm not saying Worcestershire are favourites, but and they're not. I mean, obviously they're not. Middlesex are favourites, but I start to believe you talk about that. Consecutive back-to-back sixes, and the fact that they've gone through the first hour without losing a wicket.
I've made him believe, folks. I've made him believe.
Has certainly just changed the mood.
I've lulled him into a full sense of security.
Yeah, I know it's all reverse psychology, and you're only doing
it was the hope.
You're only doing it to make yourself feel better.
It was the hope. Morgan, 94 for 2. He's past the umpire, spinning you over and up on his toes. Roderick defends. Well, it is more than a nuisance and an annoyance now, and a worry won't be far off. They're going to get it pretty much below 250, these two, aren't they? You don't want to let it get it below 200, because then the game is really on. If the Night Watch can get it that far, then there'll be a good number of batters who'll be looking at themselves saying, well, if he can do it against a new ball, then we better do it against the old ball, with these bowlers tiring on the fourth day as well. As here's Morgan, he's in, bowls, and that's left alone. The one thing is, this pitch has not deteriorated, I must say. The ground staff must get credit for that.
It's just stayed the same,
yeah,
isn't it?
They must get credit for that, because I was thinking about this on the way in this morning, that there's all this talk about, we need better pitches, we need better this. Well, look at us on the final day here. If this pitch was, to quote, in quotes, better, what they're saying is flatter, more batter friendly. Well, we've got a cracking game brewing here, and we haven't lost it. We haven't lost a bit. I mean, imagine we'd have lost time in this game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had a conversation with the groundsman at the start of the year.
Morgan's in, bowls, forward defence.
When the new regulations were brought in, and the new sort of idea of how pitches would be judged and everything. And he obviously he's got massive vested interest in this, Stephen Manfield, and works in difficult conditions here at New Road. But we both made various points, and one of them was, who makes the decision about it? Who makes the judgment? And what if a pitch is deemed to offer excessive movement, but actually the bowlers don't bowl very well?
Yeah. Morgan in bowls, defended to mid-wicket.
Or it's a perfectly good pitch, but the batters play abysmally and give their wickets away and get bowled out cheaply, and 16, 20 wickets fall in a day, and everybody says, that's a substandard pitch. It doesn't take that into account, I don't think. There are all sorts of anomalies, aren't there? But I agree with you, flatter is not necessarily better. In fact, it's not. It absolutely is.
That's what I say about this thing about Division 2 cricket. Tell me about this match, Frank. What's been so bad about this match from Division 2 cricket? Helm, Roland Jones, young Seb Morgan, overseas Ethan Bosch. Worcestershire's bowlers potentially a little bit quicker than Middlesex's, and the main difference in the match at the moment, Middlesex is Sam Robson and Max Holden, plus Leas Deploy. Here's Morgan in bowls, and this ball's turned towards square leg for a single, 95 for 2. Now that's two teams which, whether we argue how right you are nowhere near winning the county championship, as you said on the first day. And people are saying Division 2 cricket, people aren't watching it. They just people say things for saying things half the time. There's some quality cricketers out there playing some quality cricket in this match on a pitch that is offering a bit to the bowlers, so all credit to the batters.
Here's Morgan in bowls, and that's driven by Allison. That's going to be his 50. Just a single, but the 50 for Ben Allison. And warm applause from the Worcestershire fans that are inside the ground. 96 for 2 at the end of the over. Allison 50 off 61 deliveries. He was not out overnight, and so he scored all those runs this morning, and he'd faced 6 deliveries overnight, so he's made 50 off 55 deliveries today. That's a pretty good effort for a night watchman. So
it could be game.
It could be score for Worcestershire is 75.
It could be game changing. It could be match winning, couldn't it? He's certainly giving his side a chance here now, because all of a sudden, 262 more, a ball that's now 30 overs old, fourth day bowling attack, little on the jaded side. And not in full match fitness at the moment. The likes of Toby Rowland-Jones, this is a first match since when? To bowl this number of overs, he hasn't done so since, last week of May. So a couple of weeks not bowling fit. More than that, was it 4 weeks, 3 weeks since the last round?
Ben Allison's first game of the season got 6 wickets and a 50. He'd be quite happy with that, I think. Now this is a bowling change that I thought might have been made a bit sooner.
Safa?
Yeah, I think this is going to change things.
Well,
Safa Gohar, he got that one to take off last night and also went past the edge, didn't he, 2 or 3 times. And Allison, it would appear, more comfortable against pace than spin. He's got a short leg in, he's got a slip in, he's got a man. I wouldn't fancy standing that close, would you? As straight as that. Is that Faulkner in there, or is that?
It looks like Ben Geddes to me.
Get us in there. I mean, Faulkner's in at short leg.
Yeah.
Dead. That's pretty straight in front of the wicket and pretty close. But he's there for the old bat padder that just pops up on the offside. As Gohar comes in round the wicket and bowls, and first ball appeals, big appeal.
That's got to be leg side, hasn't it? But the umpire, the way that he lifted his hand clearly to flick a stone from one to the other, it was like, are you lifting that hand to give it? It's got to have been leg side. He'd opened up to it fully.
He had. I think so. We're going to have a look at it again in a minute. He's going to bowl the second one before we've seen the replay, probably. In fact, he is. Bowls now and he's on the back foot playing defensively. So let's have a look at that first one again from Gohar. Yeah.
I'm not ridiculously far down, but it wasn't a ridiculous shout, but it was down the leg side.
Yeah, agreed. Anyway, it's a different challenge now. Bowls. And, well, I've not seen Allison do that before. That's a proper little paddle down to fine leg, and it's gone. Ooh, not all the way. Or has it gone all the way? I thought it might just have touched the rope, but no. Yes, it has. It's touched the rope. 4 is signalled by the umpire. Deft little paddle shot by Allison. Not a reverse, not a scoop, just a little flick down the leg side. Brings up the 100 for Worcestershire. And I think we'll be more than happy with the way things have gone so far, the home side. Still be hearts in mares, it's still a very nervous situation. But Gohar posing a different challenge, and a man's gone in behind square on the leg side now, and there's a man out on the deep square boundary just in front of square, as well as those 3 close catches, 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Gohar bowls. Allison is taken on the pad, he's on the front foot this time, and umpire again says not out. They're going to shout for everything, aren't they, if they hit the pad? I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah. A bit like changing the ball. If you moan about it enough, you eventually get it changed.
You just got to bank a few, haven't you? I think everybody does that. As long as you're not shouting ridiculous,
excessively,
and dancing around and running at the umpire. And that.
I like a bit of dancing, Frank. Are you not a dancer?
World's worst, mate. Beats him outside the off stump as he pushes forward at this one. Taken by Cracknell. 1 ball left in the over from Zafar Gohar. Got a wicket last night in the 1 over he bowled last night and went past the bat twice. 1 for 4. He's in, he bowls, and Allison is on the back foot, plays that quite nicely defensively out on the offside. End of the over, 100 for 2.
100 for 2 it is. Allison 54, Roderick 20, and 258 more required for, I'd say it was an unlikely victory the way the game's gone so far. Ethan Bosch is coming on to replace Morgan, none for 21 from 8, and Middlesex need a bit of inspiration from somewhere here. There's plenty of inspiration for Worcestershire. That inspiration is being led by the night watch. It's just cricketing rules, isn't it? Night watcher comes out in a morning like this, and he's He's got it. He's in now, Bowles, and that's defended to mid-wicket by Roderick on 20. 54. This is a big spell now for Bosch. None for 3 from 2 in the short stint yesterday, but he's been a little expensive in his time with Middlesex. And overseas bowler, they need him to bend his back here, and maybe one lifts, maybe one keeps low. Bit of pace about him, athletic build. He turns away from us, a long-legged sprint. He's in, Bowles, and up on his toes. Roderick defends again. 100 for 2. You think of that run out of Libby now as well, Frank. Horrible way for it all to begin. Lasigan gloves one to helmet, slip off Gohar, who got lift, as we knew he would. We saw him do it in the first innings, and we said, there's seam and bounce in this surface for the seamers, so there's going to be a bit of spin and bounce for the spinner, you'd think. But yeah, that Libby one, a rough blow. But they're recovering as Bosch is in, Bowles, and that is defended halfway forward by Roderick. Hand movement there suggested either late movement in, or it kept a fraction low, or indeed both. We do know when a ball seams, it can adjust the trajectory of the bounce as well. My goodness me, we've had an hour and 15 minutes of fun already, Frank.
Yeah, it's not what I expected, I must say.
Well, I was just talking about you and me, but the cricket, that as well.
Well, that was not what I expected either.
Bosch, Bowles, and forward goes Roderick. Oh, pleased with yourself there, aren't you? 100 for 2.
But
well, we started well.
I wonder if, in terms of expectations of the cricket series, I wonder genuinely. You always turn up thinking the other team are going to play well and we're going to make it hard. But I bet Middlesex didn't think they would have taken this long to make the breakthrough.
Bosch, Bowles, and that is eased into the offside by Roderick. No run again. The current rate is 3.16. The required, which is a funny thing to say in a championship chase, isn't it? But the required is 3.29. They won't be perturbed by that, but what I would just rate fall, and then you're thinking, right, okay, we do need to get a little bit of gas on, but I think if they were close after tea, that wouldn't be a bother at all. As forward goes,
depends how many wickets.
Roderick defending. That's what I mean. If they were close after tea and there was enough wickets left, then I don't think the run rate comes into it. I think they find runs. Teams nowadays, the way that batters are capable of batting nowadays, finding 8 and over is not a problem.
Yeah.
Even in the championship with everybody back.
Yeah, I agree.
100 for 2.
And Zafar Gohar to continue from the Diglis end, asking different sorts of questions of the batters, particularly Allison, who appears to be much more comfortable against seam than spin. Played really well though for his 54. They tried to cut off that little paddle shot by putting a man back halfway at short fine. Dabbed down on the offside, first one of the over. Got Geddes under the lid at silly mid-off, very close. Robson at slip, Faulkner at short leg under the helmet. Back goes Allison to a quicker one from Gohar. Take on the pad, drops down on the offside. Remarks his guard. Quite tense at the moment. Worcestershire 100 for 2.
You or them?
Everybody. Gohar bowls. Allison drives nicely into the covers. He'll get a single. Wide of deploy at mid-off. First single off Gohar. Just that one boundary in his second over. 1 for 5. Halfway through his third. Got the wicket of Latigan last night. And Roderick, who's been very quiet this morning, on strike. As Gohar comes round the wicket and bowls, and he's forward to that and plays back up the pitch. 20 off 89, Roderick. Anchorman at number 3. Gohar bowls and he's forward again, pushing out on the offside. One ball left in the over. Gohar bowls, Roderick is back, steers it into the covers, fielded by Holden. End of the over, just a 1 run from it. Allison has 55. Roderick has 20 in Worcestershire. 101 for 2 need another 257 runs to win.
Well, the Gohar equation should be interesting because you'd think Allison, having hit those 2 sixes previously against the spinner, they often say that the tail ender just can't resist it, can they? You're floated up there in the air and the head of the batter goes up to look for it, and then the bat swings with the head as well, and it's all over. But we'll see. Bosch to Allison on 55, right arm over, and he's hit that back down the ground, flat batted for 4. It was in the air for a moment that you thought, is it close enough for the bowler to throw out a right hand at the end of his follow through, or indeed is it wide enough for Roland Jones at mid on to get involved? It was not, and it was not far still in the air, not far off being still in the air as it passed Roland Jones at mid on, but straight enough of him and wide enough of the bowler. So 105 for 2. It is 253 more to win, and it wasn't far from Roland Jones at all as I see the replay. Actually, it was nowhere near Bosch, but it might have just pitched before Roland Jones as well. 253 more. Allison 59, Bosch is in, and Allison defends. 72 balls faced, and while Frank, earlier this morning we were talking about just taking overs out of the life of this ball. You know, it's 34 overs. No, that'll be one thing. The number of balls faced is just as important as many runs as he gets this morning. I think that's changing now, isn't it? 59 off 72. All of a sudden, the runs required column, the total, it's all looking a lot healthier because of Allison. And it's now becoming more than a nuisance. It's becoming a concern for Middlesex, this. Bosch. He's got deep square set back. There's a mid-wicket not far away. He's in, bowls, and that's left alone. Outside off, and in trying to leave it alone, he gets a bottom edge, and he might get 4 more. Helms giving chase from slip. It's another boundary. 109 for 2, and the runs required are now below 250. He's on to 63. He was trying to whip that bat up and out of the way, and he got a faint bottom edge. And it goes past second slip, and if little moments are to define days, then that's not a bad offering to say. That was a moment where you just think, boy, oh boy, is the luck and the momentum and the game just starting to shift. Bosch again. What's he got to come back with? Sprinting clear now. He bowls and right in behind this, resolute in defence, Allison. A welcome dot ball for Middlesex, can you believe he's saying that? You're almost expecting every ball now the boundary. And it might not last that much longer, Allison, but you almost fancy he'll chip away a few more before he does. I mean, it might last a long while, and we might have one of the most remarkable stories here. And, well, for a second time this season, indeed, for Middlesex. Struck already by a night watch with a maiden first-class ton this year, which set Derbyshire on the way to victory at Lord's. Allison's comeback here for Worcestershire would be even more remarkable than their comebacks at Lord's as forward goes the right-hander. In fact, it would, from that 61 for 5 recovering to 195, whatever it was, and then that big partnership at the start of the second innings when you thought third innings they're in trouble here, they're under pressure, third innings a wobble here, and they could succumb to the pressure, but they bit back twice at Middlesex at Lord's. I'd suggest this would be a far bigger bite if they were to bite back in this one as well. Not much of a chance for him given, and still at the moment the percentages are probably against them, as here's Bosch bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Allison. He has 63, Roderick has 20, and we're getting close to having a game on our hands here. 109 for 2, 249 more to win.
Zafar Gohar to continue from the Diglis end with his left arm spin. I think Gohar's probably asked as many questions in 2 overs today as all the other bowlers put together, really. That's probably a bit unfair. Roland Jones had Allison dropped at slip, but Gohar's just, I don't know, maybe it's my reading of it that it just looks a little trickier, particularly when Allison's on strike against Gohar. It's Roderick on strike, slip short leg, silly bit off. He's round the wicket. Roderick is defending this down on the onside. Backward point, extra cover mid off. Then on the leg side, a man out on the boundary at deep forward square, and a man on the dribble at 45, plus that short leg and a conventional mid on. Gohar round the wicket bowls, and Roderick is reaching forward and just drops it down in front of him. One bounce and it bounces up into the hands of the man at silly mid off, who is Ben Geddes. It's quite tense, gets through his overs really quickly as well, does Gohar. Ooh, that one's left alone, and it looked as though it might have gone on with the arm. Cracknell didn't take it cleanly. Everybody groaned and threw their hands up as if to suggest that it didn't miss the off stump by very much. Gohar set off running away to mid-wicket, as he does when he gets a wicket. He celebrates, but it didn't hit the stumps. It was close. Roderick again plays this down. It's so close at Geddes at silly mid off. He really is. Helmet, shin pads, box as well. Very, very close. Roderick not yet been intimidated by those close fielders into doing anything stupid. And again he defends back up the pitch. A model of concentration so far, Gareth Roderick. 20 not out of 96 deliveries. Last ball of the over from Gohar. Roderick is cutting at it. Light on his feet, but unable to beat Morgan at backward point. A maiden from Zafar Gohar. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5 his figures. Worcestershire still intact on this day for 109 for 2.
Sun's breaking through. A bit of hazy cloud today, high cloud. This morning I woke up just before 7, I think it was, and all of a sudden you kind of sat there and you're thinking, can I hear rain? It was absolutely hammering down. I thought, oh no. Eventually got up and opened the curtains and it stopped by them, but no rain since, but a bit of moisture around this morning on the outfield, you'd have thought. As Bosch is in to bowl, and that's left alone by Allison through to the keeper. We have 30 minutes to lunch, Frank. Well, what percentage chance would you have given this morning of a wicketless session?
Long way to go yet.
What percentage chance would you have given this morning of 90 minutes without a wicket falling? Pretty
5?
Low. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not, for once, I'm not trying to be a pain. Genuinely, you wouldn't have given much chance, as his Bosch in bowls and defending. Allison, there's no run, which suggests a wicketless session this morning. An hour and 20 minutes without a wicket, you're probably only giving it a 1% chance, really. And what that does mean is the chances of Worcestershire winning this game have risen considerably.
Or drawing.
Well, absolutely. I'd still think the draw's the long shot from here, though, unless it rains. I'd say there'll be a winner. I don't think there'll be a draw in this game. I'd say it's a pretty low percentage chance of that one. As this ball's short to Allison, and he hooks at it, but what did he get on it? It's all along the floor to long leg, and it is a run. I wasn't even sure if he gloved it down there, but then he probably would have looped up if it was the glove, but it just felt as though He'd swung so hard at it and it rather trickled to long leg. So it was a faint connection. A deceptively frail connection. I'm still going to take that one away with me. That's gonna until I can properly work it out. But I even said it to the lads in the press box yesterday. I said, "Here, lads," I said it to Bradders. You can imagine some of the things that Bradders came back at when I talked about the phrase deceptively frail. But no, none of them could get their heads around it either. Was it Wisdom that had?
Hang on.
I'll got that from.
I'll find it again. What was his name? Haig.
Yeah, here's a length ball from Bosch to Roderick, and it's back up the track and no run. Yes, Haig, 1920s Middlesex player, described as deceptively frail.
I suppose it just means he looked
bigger than he was.
Or maybe he got injured easily. You know.
Deceptively. Yeah, but then why would it be
Nigel
deceptively?
Haig was a celebrated English cricketer and all-rounder who played 417 matches for Middlesex and England between 1912 and 1934. He's in the Middlesex
Bosch
Cricket Hall of
bowls.
Fame.
Oh, bottom hand comes off. It's defended though by Roderick.
He's in the Middlesex Cricket Hall of Fame. So there'll be pictures of him at Lord's, I'm sure. Here we go. Tall, stringy, and deceptively frail in appearance. Maybe
In appearance.
So
deceptively frail in appearance.
He looked frail, but he wasn't.
Deceptively frail.
That's what I think it is. It's not very good English, is it?
It either is or it isn't.
No,
it's either so good that we can't work it out.
I don't think it's
wasn't that Shakespeare's excuse? Here's Bosch. He's in bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the offside, and there's no run.
I don't think it's very good English. Deceptively frail, and unless it means he.
Oldie worldy English. I know it's 100 years ago now, Frank.
Yeah, but Wikipedia isn't. This is on Wikipedia.
But I assume that's quoting from some sort of.
It doesn't just not well.
It hasn't attributed the quote. No.
Anyway, it's given us a bit of mental exercise in the last day or two, isn't it?
Not that we enjoy that kind of thing, but it has.
Safa Gohar in the sunshine from the Diglis end, 110 for 2. Ben Allison on 64. Gareth Roderick on 20. It's Roderick on strike. And he's driving nicely through the covers for 4. That's a lovely, lovely shot. A rare over pitching in length from Gohar and Allison, I beg your pardon, not Roderick. Allison, who got a single, didn't he, in that last over. Leaning forward and driving beautifully through the covers. He has played very, very well, Ben Allison. And he has gone to 68. That's 114 for 2. Gohar. Oh, here we go.
What's happened?
Change the ball, please.
If
they change this ball and get a wicket, I'm going to scream. No, he's been giving it back.
Will you do it on mic?
Yes.
Okay. You've been warned, listeners. He's told you. He's given you fair warning.
After what happened at Northampton.
What, you screamed on mic there as well?
No. Screamed outside. So they haven't changed the ball. But he did. It's the first blow in a war with the umpires to get the ball changed. At Northampton there's about 10 sorties before they managed to get it done. 2 more to Allison here, driven square on the offside. Takes him on to 70, 116 for 2. But it is a ploy, isn't it, that teams use? I mean, all teams, I think. Yeah, if it's not going well, let's see if we can get the ball changed. Go our bowls. Allison is forward defensively, and the other thing is, like you say, 30 odd overs gone, and they say, can we change it? They might get a harder one. You know, they might get a ball that the umpires think looks about the same age, but it's actually a bit harder. I think that's often why they try and get a ball changed. It's a bit cynical. Go our bowls. Allison driving on the offside. That made Ben Geddes jump a little bit. He thought that was coming a bit harder than it was. But he did jump out of the way. It's horrible fielding in there. I never liked it. Short leg all on the offside. 116 for 2. Gohar is in again. Bowls, and Allison's letting that one go outside the off stump. Taken by Cracknell. So good stuff from Worcestershire this morning. Particularly from the night watchman Ben Allison. And it's very, very exciting stuff out there as he's forward to the last ball of the over and plays it out on the onside. And there is no run, and the umpires are signalling to the ground staff for something. A broom, I think they want. Some sort of equipment they want the ground staff to bring out. Whether it's a broom or it's that tool to tamp down the ground, a sort of flattener, whatever you call it. Bashing plate.
Is it a thumper? What
Thumper.
is it? There is a name for it, isn't it? That always.
Yeah, it's a something plate, I think. I borrowed it actually last year. I was putting a shed base down, and you can hire those automatic ones, but I didn't need that much. And I put a shed base down and borrowed one of those, and it did the job. It's a broom they want, actually. And out comes head groundsman Steve Manfield with the broom. And they want to sweep away all the debris that Ethan Bosch has kicked up at this end, I think. And that's what they're doing. He had a real good kick at that crease, didn't he, Bosch? And he's in there now, supervising the sweeping. Off goes Steve Manfield. Clouds of dust. Ben Allison's had a wipe down with a towel and a quick drink, and we'll be back underway in a minute. 116 for 2. 25 minutes left till the lunch interval. Tea's set, isn't it, today? 3:40, isn't it, on the last day?
Yeah, here's Bosch. 2 slips crouching down, he's in, bowls, and this is driven back to cover by Roderick. No run. Faulkner comes around to collect. 242 more, over 8 minus 2, but then Gohar's on, so that'll be corrected soon enough. It's a long leg, a square leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point, 2 slips, and Bosch is in, bowls, and this is bumped back down the ground. Roland Jones gets across, makes no mistake there. That was one he could have easily skipped past as he came round. Oh, it's a lovely sunny day here. Well, they come packing in this afternoon, as you mentioned. It was a
I wouldn't say packing.
Well, it was a little thin this morning, wasn't it? How we think of Taunton, for example, right in the heart of everything. It's one of those place where people could well rush in.
Yeah, they sometimes come in on the way home from work and that here, and it's free after tea, so.
Busher bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside and no run again. Deploy tosses the ball to Bosch and him in full conversation. Bosch is making the hand gesture of a forward defence of what he's clearly looking at here with Roderick. 20 from 103, goodness me, not a million miles off the Holden effort, as in comes Roderick in a forward defence, bat and pad together. They're imploring, and it's given! No. They're imploring that it was pad first. Roderick looks back at the line of it. He doesn't like it in that sense. It took a long time, the umpire. Middlesex were convinced that it was pad before bat. Roderick hangs his head backwards as he walks off. There's plenty to pick through on that. One, was it pad first? And two, did he get outside the line? It was certainly a very big stride, but Middlesex, I must say, were very confident, and they were not giving up that appeal, and in the end the umpire agreed. 116 for 3 as Roderick falls and Bosch has the breakthrough on the final morning. We see the replay now. It's not a bad shout, to be fair. At first you thought, really? But you can see on the replay why Middlesex felt that has to be close. And in the umpire's opinion, Frank, it was close enough. He wasn't as far across as I thought from the angle we're at. With the stride he had in, it was a long way forward, but it wasn't a long way across. And yeah, just lining up that point of impact, I think there's not too much doubt that it was pad first. That was one of the big considerations for the umpire. And the first little look that we've had at the replay, it looks like pad first, doesn't it? Oh, you're very quiet, Frank. You're going to disagree.
I'm not entirely happy about that decision, but that's possibly just my sort of
disappointment.
Yeah,
enthusiasm.
At
first, I thought no way.
I'm never entirely happy about ones where you've got to judge whether it's pad first or not. I just felt the umpire was just, I don't know, it was almost as though that the longer the appeal went on, the more likely he was to give it out.
They did not give it up, did they? And it wasn't. What I would say is,
I think he's outside the line. I'm afraid,
so?
Watching it again.
I'm having a look now.
I think he's very unlucky, very unlucky. And I think if they hadn't been in for so long, it might not have been given if the appeal hadn't gone on for so long. But I don't know. I mean, I do think these umpires have been pretty good throughout this game, and I'm not going to start getting too hysterical about it. But I think he's unlucky. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, I reckon at best that's umpire's call in terms of being in line. Yeah, I think he's a little unlucky there to be given, I must say. I think it's one of those that you think, but you know what, we're slowing it down and we're freezing it on point of impact and going, yeah, it probably would have been umpire's call at best, and well, the umpire's call was out, so without being damning of him, but it's one of those where you think, oh, come on, give us a benefit of the doubt on that one. He didn't get the benefit of the doubt, but I wouldn't say it was a clanger. Whereas at first, I'll be honest with you, at first I thought, that's a clanger. But then looking at it on the replay, it's not.
He's unlucky, I think. I really do. But there we are.
It's one of those where you just think, really? Would you not have given me the benefit of the doubt on that, umps? But that's because this isn't to say that he's not out. We haven't got the ball tracking. It is an umpire's call one, as opposed to he's clearly hitting in line. Oh.
It's not a good decision, I don't think. Let's put it that way.
Bosch in, bowls, and up on his toes. D'Oliveira defends into the onside. Well, D'Oliveira has been more than a thorn in the side of Middlesex once already this season. Here's a little rock and roll for it, Frank. You can see the line of off, and it will disappear. You can see the line of off just before the front foot's landed, and you can see the line of off there. It's not a clanger. It's definitely not a clanger, but it's I'd feel as a batter, and I do think there's no doubt that it hit pad first. But again, with all of those things in the mix,
yeah, exactly.
Bosch is in, bowls, and this is driven just wide of mid-off. You think, oh, could I not have got the benefit of doubt on that? But I think, it's not a clanger, and arguably he was out, but it was close, and that's the point. It was so close that he'll think, could I not have got the benefit of the doubt on that one? But scorebook says out, 116 for 3. And what we must do as well is credit Ethan Bosch there for getting the wicket. He's beaten the inside edge. Well, the inside edge didn't get out there in time.
Very, very good appeal.
Oh, you're a bird, man. The bat was tucked behind the pad almost, wasn't it? It was the old, you're playing a shot but you're not. He didn't intend to tuck it behind the pad, but that was where it was when he got struck. That was the first problem for Roderick. Again, from here, he thought bat and pad together, he's never given out. I reckon the bat was a long way behind the pad there, so the umpire wasn't too much in doubt on that. His big area of doubt would have been, was it hitting in line? And I reckon if you went upstairs...
Well, if you argue that he wasn't playing a shot, that doesn't matter, does it? There's Gohar bowls, and this one is cut by Allison.
No.
Gets a single.
No, I'm saying he was playing a shot, but for the purpose of the listener trying to imagine it, the bat is in the position where Ramps was always great at it, wasn't he? Wasn't Ramps a great one at tucking the bat behind the pad and defending?
But what I mean is, if you're tucking the bat behind the pad, the umpire's decision might be you weren't playing a shot.
Yeah, but he wasn't tucking the bat. I'm not suggesting that.
Right,
what I'm saying is, for the picture for the listener, if you'd imagine a bat tucked, that was where he'd got to with his bat in the defence. He was trying to get bat on it, but he couldn't get it there in time.
Gohar to D'Oliveira, and he's turning this on the onside against the spin, and there is a bit of spin. This runs up to mid-on, and there's no run. But for me, he was playing a shot, and he might have been outside the line, and it's therefore I think he's been very unlucky. But there you go.
He's definitely playing a shot.
These things happen.
There you go. It's
short leg slip, silly mid-off, ordinary slip. D'Oliveira on the back foot, plays defensively, down on the onside. It's going to be a long 15 minutes till lunch now.
This is the definitive one, Frank, and I reckon he's outside the line. See the shadow of the off stump there? That's the shadow of the off stump.
There you go. So he was unlucky. D'Oliveira steering this one down behind square on the offside. This is the scrutiny that umpires are up against these days. People like me and you in the box looking at it over and over again. And
I reckon that's umpire's call. That's not umpire's call. It's not out. I reckon, but I think we're talking millimetres. I reckon you can send that upstairs. You're talking millimetres, but he's not out. So you can't. It's not a clanger.
Well, my friend Guy, the umpire that I was talking about before, he's just been in touch. And D'Oliveira beaten by this one. He's a Premier League umpire, and he's obviously listening to our discussion. And he says, personally, too much doubt to give that out, outside the line of off. At best, umpire's call. So there we are.
And we probably think it wasn't even umpire's call. I think it's the doubt element, isn't it? You just think you get the benefit of the doubt when it's that tight. And he took a long while to think about it.
Gohar in, D'Oliveira back. Plays defensively, playing that off the pitch very late. Drop down in front of him. 117 for 3. Allison has 71. D'Oliveira is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, now how match changing will that be? Well, the man who's got the runs, Allison's still there. 71 from 86.
Gareth Edwards says the Roderick wicket, the bowler should give the spinner the assist, as his appealing every other bowler's got the umpire to give an OW. So there's so many aspects to it, aren't there?
On 17 for 3. Bosch in bowls, and it's run away off an edge down to deep third. There's nobody there. Robson's giving chase. He won't catch it. 4 more. Allison moves to 75.
Equals his career best.
237 more to win. 121 for 3. It wasn't catchable for a third slip, which there wasn't one, but it was through the vacant third slip area, wasn't it? Possibly fourth slip, but it wouldn't have carried. And comes Bosch, bowls. This is pushed away into the offside. 121 for 3. Here's Bosch, bowls, and forward goes. Allison pushing back up the track. There's a silly mid-on in place now. Which is Sam Robson. So second slip has come out. That's interesting. He's edged one and through the vacant fourth slip, and they've taken out second. Although Zaffa's coming across for a chat with Joe Cracknell, so Zaffa got to say. So 1-2-1 for 3. Allison 75. D'Oliveira 0 from 7. Allison awaits as Bosch bowls, and Allison drives to back to the silly mid-on, all along the floor. That was a beautiful drive, and he's really unlucky because that would have been 4. So Robson's very well positioned there at mid-on, but that was almost a finger breaker for Robson, wasn't it?
So equal career best, Ben Allison, I'm pretty sure. 75 at Headingley in 2023.
In comes. Oh, the bowler, and it's hit up in the air. It's just cleared Roland Jones. He's clothed it, but only just he's cleared Roland Jones, who looks to throw down the stumps. And look at the anger in that throw by Roland Jones at the non-strikers. And the bowler, the batter, was comfortably through, but having just been cleared, you can see Roland Jones is teeing up here for another spell, isn't he? That ball was thrown in as hard as you can imagine from mid-on, bearing in mind the batter was long home before he'd even released the throw. 1-2-2 for 3.
That is a career best.
Yes. Deploy comes across to have a chat with, let's just have a look. No, it's just a change of field. My apologies, Frank. Yes, career best now. Allison 76 from 91, and rocking back, looking to pull. He only just cleared the mid-on. He was tucked up by it, wasn't he? Here's D'Oliveira as a Yorker's delivered by Bosch, and it's dug out by the right-handed Worcestershire captain. 1-2-2 for 3.
End of the over. Go hard to continue from the Diglis end. He's been a miserly part of the attack this morning. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Bowled that 1 over last night. And he got that 1 last night. Just the 1 wicket to go today. Roderick LBW to Bosch for 20. Having faced 104 deliveries. And we think a little bit unfortunate to be given out. Probably just outside the line. Here's Gohar in to Allison, who squeezes us off the toe of the bat back up the pitch to the bowler.
Well, like I said, at first I thought it was a clanger. It wasn't a clanger. It wasn't. But if you had to put all your money on was he out or not out and it was going upstairs, you'd say not out.
Gohar bowls, and Allison just eases this one on the leg side for a single. There's no short leg in for him now, although there will be now for D'Oliveira as the field is rearranged. Short leg, silly mid off, leg slip, slip. Circle of 4 around D'Oliveira with the keeper in there as well. 123 for 3 as Gohar is in, and D'Oliveira is beaten outside the off stump, pushing forward. Cracknell takes the ball and whips off the bail, but hadn't gone anywhere. The Worcestershire skipper quite tense out there. Going to be, I would say, 2 more overs after this before the lunch interval. Let's go hard bowls, and D'Oliveira plays defensively back at the pitch, maybe even 3 if Gohar's bowling, because he gets through them very quickly. And there are, probably will be 3, won't it? Because there's 9 minutes left. Certainly be 2. Bosch isn't that quick through his overs. Gohar again is in. D'Oliveira off the mark, able to cut this away for 4. Short enough from Gohar for D'Oliveira to crack it away through the offside. That's taken a bit of time out. 1 ball left in this over. Clock says 52. It'll be 53 at the end of the they'll get 2 more in. They'll get 2
time out, but I doubt either side really wants to lose time in this game, do they?
No, I mean lunch, just to get to lunch. That's all I'm thinking. For Worcestershire to get to lunch without losing another.
Well, I guess actually Worcestershire should happily go off now.
Yeah, that's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, come again.
Go hard again, bowls, and Oliveira's forward. Just sort of squirts off the outside edge, square on the offside. End of the over, 127 for 3. So yeah, we've got 7 minutes left, and Bosch will probably take about 4, won't he? So yeah, maybe 3 if they're quick. It's amazing how many they can get in when they try, isn't it?
Well,
it makes you realise how slow they are.
Yes.
The rest of the time.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, it does though, doesn't it?
Started.
It is crazy that it takes so long to bowl 96 in a day, and we're still often here at 6:45 or something. Just doesn't seem right.
Bosch is in. Bowls and forward goes. Allison pushing back. On 27 for 3. 42nd over of this innings. There is the whole factor of there'll be a bite at the second new ball for Middlesex. As here's Bosch bowls, and this is turned to mid wicket. 127 for 3, and I think that was part of it. In that declaration as well, because I thought they might go on a little bit longer, but in pulling out when they did, it means should they need it, they will get a fair chunk of a second new ball today. And Worcestershire won't be particularly close to their target at that point, will they? Should it come to that. As here's Bosch bowls, solid forward defence from Allison on this. What have we got? 42nd over here, so another 38. There'll be 31 remaining of the match, a minimum of, when the second new ball becomes available. So pretty much double from where we are here. So double from where we are here, it's another 125 off this target of 231. So we've still got the best part of 100 runs to score in that time, as here's a full ball which beats the bat and goes through to the keeper. Was it an inside edge though, because he went the other way? Cracknell ended up diving away from the slips to take that. I did feel as though whether it had just come back and cut him in 2 or come back and taken the inside edge. We'll see on the replay in a moment. Have I got my maths right on that? So 70 overs left. Yes, there'll be circa 30 left in the game when the second new ball becomes available. And if they were to double their tally in that time in terms of the numbers overs from here, that's another 125 off. Yes, it's about 100 off 30 at the end if they were going at this rate. It's here's Bosch in bowls, forward defence. And looking back at the replay, go on Frank, give us what was on the one before.
Couldn't really tell whether he hit it or not. It nipped back quite sharply past the outside, past the off stump. Might have been a little inside edge, didn't carry.
In comes Bosch once more. Bowls and beats Allison through to the keeper. They plunge forward looking to defend, but 127 for 3 it remains. Oliveira has 4, Allison has 77, and 42 overs bowled, 68 remain. The over rate is still -2, but Zafar Gohar is still bowling at the other end, so that should change.
And I think you will get 2 more in after this, because Bosch got through that over quite quickly, with it being a maiden. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. So Gohar won't take 3 minutes, will he, to bowl this over? I wouldn't have thought, unless there's a couple of boundaries. First ball is blocked by Oliveira. So we're gonna have another one. Bosch will have another one, or somebody will have another one before lunch. We've got 3 minutes left, and he'll get through this in about 90 seconds, I reckon. First ball gone already. Gohar in, bowls. Oliveira's taken on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW, given not out by
Leg side's got to be.
Umpire.
He's starting quite outside that leg stump, isn't he? He didn't really go across to that one. Middlesex didn't believe it in the appeal, did they?
He'll have, the one thing about the umpire being from India, he'll probably have umpired a lot more overs from spinners than many of the umpires in England, won't he? Which is a factor, I think. Yeah, pitched outside the leg anyway, I think. That one is a big shout. He likes an appeal, doesn't he? Goodness me. Oh dear, I think the match referee is going to get cross if they don't do something about this, because that was a collective show of dissent from the fielders, I think. Especially Gohart, who still will be attracting the attention of the match referee for his histrionics. That again is clearly going down the leg side, I think, and that's what I mean. When you get 5 players standing around in a circle staring at the umpire, I don't think that's good. That's hit him outside the leg, if anything. Forward to this one, plays it down on the onside, and there's no run. You have to be careful. That can work both ways, can't it? Putting the umpire under pressure. You can either put him under pressure and he buckles, or you can put him under pressure and he thinks, well, I'm not having this, and then it becomes much more difficult to get one. There's Gohart again. He's in round the wicket, and Oliveira defends out on the offside. 1 ball left in the over, and then we'll have one more over. I think, just 50 seconds left. This is where I'd do a bit of gardening if it were me. Gohart is in. He bowls, and Oliveira is on the back foot, and beaten Cracknell takes, and it's the end of the over, and we're just going to have time. What do they say when the umpire gets into the stumps and looks at the clock? It's going to be about 10 seconds in it, but they'll get another over in. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the, as you can probably tell, of the over-exuberant collective appeal. And particularly when it's been turned down, I think to stand around and stare is not acceptable, I'm afraid, in my book.
Slip. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover, and Bosch running in to bowl to Allison. His right arm over, the right-hander is forward, defending to cover. 127 for 3. 100 balls faced now for for Allison. You go back to that first morning, Holden's 12 off 100.
Yeah.
But even this morning,
Roderick
was 20 off 100 roughly.
20 off 104.
Yeah. So there we go. But marked difference from Allison as Bosch is in, bowls, and Allison leaves alone. He's having his day in the sun, quite literally at the moment, as the cloud gives way for a moment or so. So slip, short mid-wicket, short extra cover. They're the 3 hoping to get involved. Square leg around to mid-wicket's not too far away either. Oh, I've missed one. Silly mid-on, of course. Sam Robson's in there on the drive now, isn't he? Bosch bowls, forward goes Allison defending. His confidence is growing by the delivery, and he's faced 102 of them now. You can clearly see it, the mannerisms.
Happier against pace than he is against spin. Mind you, they all are, I suspect, at the moment, the way Gohart's bowling.
Bosch. His turn again. What's being pondered now? They're all talking through something. I think realising that this is the last over before lunch, they're trying to make it as big an event as possible, Middlesex. Try and lull Allison into something. Here we go. Short leg coming in. I mean, they actually are coming up with a tactic, but I do think that they're making the most of it to elongate the over and increase the pressure on the night watch. Everything being moved around. That, I think, is good cricket. Yeah, that's sensible cricket, isn't it? To say, all right, last over before lunch, we're going to make every single one of these count. Well, they've got 3 of them left, and they've got a short leg as well as a silly mid on and the short mid wicket and a slip in place as Bosch is in, bowls, and it's defended to mid off. No short extra cover now, although from mid off deployers come around a little wider and a little closer. Comes Bosch again then. Oh, he's about to turn, but he's going to wait because deep square is dropping back now. So they've brought 2 up and close and sent 1 back and deep. As here's Bosch in, bowls. It's full, it's straight, it's on the pads, and there's a big appeal. Now, was there 2 noises? I think there was, Frank. I'm pretty sure I heard 2 noises on that. All of the lines of it, and the disappointment is not too great, other than to say disappointment not at the decision, but disappointment that they think, he got an inside edge, didn't he? But they still went up with the moment, but I think they settled quickly enough, and there's no disbelief on this occasion. Pretty sure it was an inside edge, as it must have been, because that's plumb otherwise, isn't it? Fair?
Yeah, I think I'd watch it again.
I mean, I thought on the effects mic, look, that's as plumb as it gets, if not. I thought on the effects mic, I thought I heard 2 noises, and I think that's what the disappointment is.
And 1 or 2 players stopped their appeal.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight away.
Yeah. Bosch is in, bowls, and chopped fine off a bottom edge for 4. And there's been a couple of moments like that, not many, but just a couple where you think, is today the day? Allison moves to 81. Worcestershire are 131 for 3. They require 227 more to win, and the only wicket to fall this morning was a slightly dubious one. But Bosch got it. He doesn't get another before the break, though. And Frank, we've certainly got a game on our hands now.
We have, and one thing that's just occurred to me is that you said to me, didn't you, the other day, how many sessions of this game have Worcestershire won? And I said none.
Yeah, they've just won
one. Yeah, they have.
But the point I was making, that they could lose every session up to when they win it, if that makes sense. I.e., on the final day, they go and win all 3 sessions and win the game, having lost every session to then.
But they have just won one.
It's the beauty of cricket.
Career best for Ben Allison. He's 81 not out. Brett Oliver is on 4. 1 man out. Roderick for 20. Roland Jones none for 20, Helm none for 47, Bosch 1 for 21, Morgan none for 21 and Gohar 1 for 17. Worcestershire at lunch need 227 more runs to win. They are 131 for 3. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage this morning. We'll be back at just after 1:40.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Today we have welcomed the team from Gaze in Red to Blue into the club, and we're rolling it out across all staff at the club from top to bottom.
They focus on performance and handling pressure, and that's crucial across all levels of our business, from the very top with our elite players down to our stewards and people who are first contact as our guests get to reception.
The introduction and the interest in Red to Blue has become increasingly more common, both at an individual level, and that's into education and into business, and specifically, of course, into sport, where it's always been a thing. But now the idea that an approach to mentality could be embraced and understood and deployed across a whole organisation, a whole club, from boardroom to turnstile, on the field and off the field, is really unique.
It's something that we can really look at and look to build on. We're talking about it being a high performance, but just in everyday life as well. So how we conduct ourselves and how we go about and how we deal with the situations that we're put in just in everyday life.
Every day can be an opportunity to do more of what really matters in your life. Introducing Plexi, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner, inviting everyone to open up a world of opportunities and enjoy more of what really matters in their lives. With a large global presence and an affiliate network of 1.7 million merchants, we're making life more joyful for 36 million consumers around the world. We're a new brand, built on Sodexo's rich heritage, with big ambitions for the future and a strong focus on accelerated growth. At Plexi, we're shaping the future, strengthening our partnership with clients, and creating meaningful relationships with consumers to give people what they really need. From creating personalized experiences to developing innovative benefit solutions and platforms, we harness the power of digital to bring freedom and enrichment to work and beyond. Because we're dedicated to making life better for millions of people across more than 30 countries. And we're committed to working with local communities responsibly and sustainably. Feel the Plexi effect. More joyful moments. More opportunities. More of what really matters to you. We are Plexi, the leading global benefits and employee engagement partner.
As a business which is create partnerships with our customers.
We're a local firm based in the city centre. We get to mix with nice local businesses. We've gained a lot of exposure and clients off the back of it.
You come to the club on a summer's day, the beautiful views, the food offering, the drink, it's just a good
This is Mike the plasterer. He needs a trusted supplier for his materials and tools. Mike needs Profile Store. With an easy-to-use website, you can check stock online, order it, and collect it within the hour. Profile Store offer free delivery over £125 and fast overnight shipping. With over 2,000 products in stock, they're sure to have what you need. So get yourself down to the trade counter in Kidderminster today. Get the job done with profilestore.co.uk.
We're here today in Macron campus here in Bologna in Italy. Macron have brought out some of the team, the men's and women's first team captains, a couple of players from each side. They've given us a tour of their impressive campus here and told us a little bit more about their history as a company and how they work in sport.
We're very, very excited. I think it's a landmark deal for Macron because we've been in cricket for the last few years through deals with Cricket Islander and then most recently with the West Indies and South Africa last year. But what we were really missing was a county club in England, and then we're having Worcester. That I think will be a milestone for Macron. We're really excited to work with the Worcester and expand the relationship further in the next few years.
It was a long process in terms of finding the right teamwear provider for us. From the start, actually with Macron, they were really impressive in the way they went about their business. They were really big on sustainability. The depth of their range was really important to us because it allowed us to really reduce the prices on, in particular, Pathway and Academy kit to reduce those barriers of participation. The other big thing was we've been able to be super innovative on kit designs.
This season's kit launch, we wanted to really try and do something special and given a lot of opportunity to have some fun with the creative around it. There's a really interesting campaign. Being able to come out to Bologna, it's been a fantastic experience.
We've had a huge amount of conversations over the last 12 months really about designs, how we're going to bring certain things to life. Beard have been integral for the team there in terms of that creativity, actually making it really arty, really bold, stand out and innovative while actually making it very Worcestershire too. Ativo as a principal partner on front of the show, the Rapids have been key to that process as well. They've been engaged in every step along the way, making sure the designs work for them as a brand as well. This year, for the first time, women are going to match the men's in terms of range throughout, rather than just having one Rapid shirt. They've got two in different competitions.
It's a massive pleasure, obviously, for Claire and I to be out here, and also just to feel like the women's team is really being pushed is really valuable to us.
Yeah, we've had the opportunity to make 4 really standout kits this year. We've based it on this idea of the art of the game. So we've been looking at how can those different art forms and genres like merge into what we're doing with the kit and make a creative process that makes sense and kind of has a narrative, tells a story. They are like my babies, but there is a favourite. For me, I can really see myself wearing the One Day Cup shirt. That kind of more streetwear-y feel definitely appeals to me more, and I think that'll be a staple of my wardrobe for a while.
My favourite kit was the T20 kit. Love the colours, love the design the most.
Yeah, I really like the traditional feel of the training shirt, but actually on the county shirt, there's not a huge amount of design to it. It's a cream traditional cricket shirt, but I love what we've been able to do with the trim on there, and that's down to Macron actually giving us more bespoke options and say over that and working with them to do that. For me, the standout, my favourite one is probably the T20 shirt. This is the elements, it's like every time you look at it, you kind of find another element. That really excites me.
I'm a little bit traditionalist, so I like the off-white one as always, but I think the blue one is really, really nice, really, really different. So I believe the fans and the players will love it.
To be able to connect what we've done with Bologna, with Macron, it just takes it to another level. So we're fortunate we've been able to explore the city a little bit as well. We've had a fantastic time being around here, but we've also been able to incorporate some of the city, the location into the campaign. It's something we're really excited about. Yeah.
And moment while I just introduce. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road, where plays just got underway in the second session, day 4, Worcestershire against Middlesex. Zafar Gohar's bowled 1 ball to Brett D'Oliveira. It went through outside the off stump, left alone by the Worcestershire captain, who is forward to this next one, playing it down on the offside, fielded by Ben Geddes under the helmet at silly mid-off. Situation is that Worcestershire are 131 for 3 in their second innings. They need a further 227 runs to win, and that prospect has been damaged by the fact that D'Oliveira has just been out to the 3rd ball after lunch, caught at slip off the ball from Zafar Gohar, delivered around the wicket. D'Oliveira pushing forward, an outside edge, and I think it's Tom Helm at first slip who has taken the catch. We're just going to watch a replay of it now as I speak. It's round the wicket from Gohar, nicely flighted, bit of turn, and D'Oliveira straightforward edge to slip. So Worcestershire 131 for 4, this after they enjoyed a very good morning this morning, in which they progressed from their overnight 33 for 2 to 131 for 3. The only wicket that went down this morning was that of Gareth Roderick, who was LBW to Ethan Bosch for 20. Decision that we thought here in the box he might just have been a bit unlucky, might just have been outside the line, but adjudged out. And so at lunch, Worcestershire 131 for 3. They've lost another wicket. They're 131 for 4 as Matthew Waite comes out to join the night watchman. Ben Allison is on a career best 81 not out. And after all of that, time to say I'm joined this afternoon for a few minutes at least by the Worcestershire opener, Jake Libby. Great to have you with us, Jake. And unfortunately, you brought a bit of bad luck.
Yeah, I thought I'd pop into the commentary box, seeming I'm not offered a lot more to this fixture so far. Yeah, no, obviously a shame losing Brett there first up. I think at lunch, we felt in the change room we had a chance certainly in this game, and we still do, certainly with Waity the way he's batting at the minute and has done all of his career really at New Road. We've still got a chance, but that's obviously a bit of blow losing Brett there.
I don't know. I mean, obviously you're not going to say too much about it because, you can't really, and I've got to be careful what I say when I was talking about that LBW for Gareth Roderick. But it brings me on to the fact that you've been doing a bit of umpiring. I know that, and you've even reached Premier League standard. I mean, is that right?
That's right. I've started umpiring a few of the fellow teammates now, which always makes it tricky. Yeah.
Barnard's Green game the other day. Did you give anybody out? Did you give any of your teammates out?
No, the Barnard's Green.
I'll just break off as Zafar Gohar bowls to Matt Waite, who defends out on the offside.
Yeah, that was a wet one, to be fair. Got called off after 20 overs in that one, but I had the joys of umpiring Jack Home the previous week, so that was good fun.
Yeah.
He kept me busy, certainly, at my end. So,
signalling wide.
Well, I was going to go more for the wickets, but you could go with that as well, yeah. But he's always entertaining, so I enjoyed that one. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying my umpiring.
Enjoying it, yeah. Good. So here we go. Gohar, again, bowls from the Digless end, and Waite, who played really well in the first innings, drops this down on the onside. And is that an ambition to actually take it on to the first class level, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for 3 years now. I sort of dabbled in it to start with and thought whether I enjoy it or not, but yeah, I have really enjoyed it. So
Gohar again bowls, and Waite is driving.
Yeah, we'll see where we go with it, really. Like I said, I've been doing it now into the Birmingham League, so we'll see where it goes. Obviously, a good career path if you can get into it.
You've done you've done all the exams and all that kind of thing, have you?
That's right. Yeah, I've done all the pathway stuff, and I'm just going through the progression now. It's something I'm really enjoying, and hopefully a potential career path after I finish playing.
Has it? It's I've never really considered this question before. I mean, I umpired a lot and did my exams quite early because of my sort of school mastering and coaching sort of background. Waite defends again on the onside. End of the over. Successful one then for Gohar. Worcestershire 131 for 4. A wicket maiden for the left arm spinner, and the man out since lunch, D'Oliveira, who, as I say, was caught at slip by Tom Helm off Zafar for 4. Has it changed the way you appreciate the umpires in the games when you're playing professional cricket?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely more of the neutral in the change room now. I sort of have that respect for the umpire now, and how hard a job it is. And certainly when the lads are sort of saying that one's plumb or that one's missing, I can sort of resonate a little bit with the umpire now. But it's a lot more going on than probably I appreciated as a player, and but in the same breath, that's why I've enjoyed it. There's so much to learn and so much going on. And it's a difficult job, and we saw that one of Rodders. I think it's one of them he could have got away with, but ultimately I don't think it was a shocking decision.
It wasn't a shocker,
no,
it was just fractionally outside.
He gave himself plenty of thinking time.
And the other thing that you noticed this morning is that it's not I'm not really decrying this. It just happens, and I think all teams do it. But they, in their excitement and their eagerness to get a wicket and to get a breakthrough, Middlesex, some of the appealing was becoming not excessive, but very, very enthusiastic. I'll just break off as Seb Morgan starts a new over, bowling to Ben Allison, who looks to turn this on the leg side and is taken on the pad, but they go through for a single, a leg by, the first run since the interval, and that in itself builds a bit of pressure on the umpire, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think in the last innings of a game when you need wickets to win, they're obviously chomping at the bit to get them, and like you said, it does add that element of pressure to the whole situation, and as well as the umpire. But I think so far they've dealt with it pretty well throughout the fixture. And generally the umpires at this level are very good.
They're very good. I agree, and I'm always saying that, and I try hard not to. You've got to keep your own kind of emotions out of it as well when you're commentating sometimes. But I think generally speaking, we're pretty lucky that the umpires are pretty good.
Yeah, I would agree.
And it probably makes it a bit easier for you when you do get one that you think isn't a great one to actually cope with it. I suppose as Morgan bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Waite and taken by the keeper Cracknell. You mentioned, and I won't go over it too much about it, you haven't had much chance to contribute to this game. You got a pretty good one in the first innings, I thought, to be fair, but what I was going to say is, and you can give a real insight here for the listeners and the viewers, and they love it when we get current players on, because they actually get a view right from the middle, as it were. Just break off as Morgan comes in again and bowls, and Matthew Waite is cutting this one behind square on the offside. He's only going to get one. Didn't really time it in the Waite fashion, but he's off the mark, and it was a no ball called by the umpire Sirish Shanmugam, so 2 more runs will be added for that as well. It's 133 for 4. Hasn't gone on yet, has it? Yes, it has. But I don't think the no ball is 135 for 4. There we are. The no ball has gone on. I often used to say to kids when I was teaching and coaching, one of the most testing things about cricket is that you can be in great nick and you can practice all week. Morgan bowls again, and Allison drives or cuts really off the back foot, but straight to the fielder in the covers. And you can go out and through no fault of your own whatsoever, you can have your day ended, your game ended even. You can be sat there watching everybody else get runs and thinking, I did nothing wrong, I'm in great nick. And there is no greater example of that than what happened to you last night. Backing up at the non-striker's end, great shot from the man sitting alongside you, probably as good a shot as he's played all season. Morgan bowls again, left alone, and it flicks Toby Rowland-Jones's hand, and you're out.
I think that's why it makes it so tough, mentally, as a batter. Like you said, all of that. Look, it's not been my season this year, but I haven't felt horribly out of nick at the same time. It's been an element of a few good balls and a few slight errors, and that's all it takes sometimes at this level is, make the slightest of error, and that costs you a wicket. And obviously Dan played a fantastic straight drive yesterday, and I think that is the first time in my career I've ever had that.
Is it?
To me,
yeah. But when you haven't even faced a ball, as Morgan bowls and Allison looking to work this away on the onside is taken on the pad. What was that walk off like? I mean, it just completely gutted.
It's one of them. It's obviously not been going my way recently, and I think I tried to approach it in a good headspace. You try and switch on for the second innings and give it your all and practice hard in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you get something like that. It just about sums up batting sometimes for me, and it is a very frustrating sport.
That's why it's so testing. What I was going to say is that what I would say to youngsters in those days, as this one is defended again by Allison, is this is why it is the toughest sport for me. This is why, because that can happen to you and there's nothing you can do about it. And you might then have to go out and field after that experience and give everything and back up your teammates. Very, very hard. Be interesting to ask Dan later when he comes on. Did it affect him a bit as well?
Well, he'd be ecstatic with that shot, I'd have thought. But it's,
not that he didn't get the 4, but the fact that you were out at the other end.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very, very tough one to take, I'm sure. And maybe I don't know, I'll ask you after this ball from Morgan, which is cut by Allison for 4. Is already on a career best. He's now moved on to 85 with that boundary. End of the over, 141 for 4. Did you chastise yourself, perhaps think, well, they didn't need to be backing up that far in this situation? Or
I have done since. And do you know what? Just when it happened, like I said, it's never happened to me before. So it's probably one of them things. I've probably stood at that end for thousands of balls and it's never happened. So, but probably now moving forward, knowing Dan plays so well down the ground, I may well have to have that bat a little bit firmly in my right hand.
Well, you might think, if we're needing 8 and over and we're looking to run 2 as quickly as we can, I've got to back it. But
that's
I don't know. It just went through my head that. But I mean, it was just a dreadful experience. I mean, every Worcestershire supporter watching and listening would have been horrified, let alone to actually be the person who was stranded like that. I remember Jack Haynes getting done like that at Edgbaston a couple of years ago when he was on 87 and he never got 100.
I do remember that,
First ball from Gohar, pushed out on the offside by Matthew Waite. So 141 for 4. Worcestershire will need 217 to win. I think it's fair to say, Jake, that you're obviously still in with a chance and still certainly in with a chance of hoping to save this game as Gohar bowls again, but maybe just since that first morning when we had that very good second wicket partnership between Holden and Robson, Middlesex have just been ahead in this game. You've never been completely out of it, but they've just been ahead, haven't they, all the time? Would you agree with that? Just break off as he bowls this one. He gets through his overs so quickly it's hard to have time to say
I think for me, what they've done really well in this game is absorb pressure. They probably absorb pressure a little bit better than we have. I think that partnership you alluded to there between Max and Sam, they absorbed the pressure. We bowled really well and they had a lot of playing missing, a lot, hit the gloves, but they absorbed that and then managed to cash in at a later date.
Yeah. Gohar again bowls and Waite defends on the back foot, which is a bit like what you've done many times in your life. The work at the top of the order to lay the base for a big score is what allows the players lower down to cash in, and that's exactly what happened. And on the other, while we're talking about the opposition playing well, I'll just break off as Gohar bowls again and Waite is forward. Leas deploys played pretty well in this game.
I think Leas is a very good player. They've handled it probably better than we have so far in this fixture. Waitey's one of them who always looks like he's batting on a different pitch anyway, to be honest.
Yeah. Holden again bowls and Waite just squeezes this one out on the offside.
But as part of batting at New Road, we know that the new ball is a difficult time to bat, and we know it gets easier, and I think that's what they did well in this game. Losing that 1 wicket after 20 or 30 overs and get that ball old, and then it gives you a chance later on the game when it does get a little bit easier to really cash in, and that's probably why they are slightly ahead in this fixture so far.
10 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 17 now, Zafar Gohar, and Seb Morgan, who is about to continue from the New Road end, has 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30. Let's have it. Well, we don't want to put the mockers on him because he's on a career best 85 at the moment, off 111 deliveries, and he's never got 100 at first class level. But Ben Allison's done a pretty good job here as a night watchman, hasn't he?
Yeah, look, I know Benny well. I don't think there'll be lack of confidence out there, that is for sure, to put it politely. I sit next to him in the change room, so he's going to be talking me through every single one of these runs over the next couple of months, I'd imagine.
Morgan in bowls 2, and he's looking to work this one away on the onside, and he does so, but straight to mid-wicket. He would have, and therefore I'm guessing the sort of guy that, given the chance to be night watchman as he was last night, would have been going out there with exactly this sort of thing in mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was saying this morning it's not really a night watchman, it was just a promotion to 4. So, look, we know Benny can bat. He has proved that, over his career so far at the Pairs, and he is a very capable batsman, so hopefully this can continue.
Morgan bowls, and he flicks at this one down the leg side, misses it. isn't gathered cleanly by Cracknell. And there's no run, but he's done a great job for the side. I mean, that was to only lose the 1 wicket this morning was a bonus.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, there's a long way to go, and a couple of wickets could change everything. But 217 more needed. If that comes down below 200 and you chip away at it,
that's right. We just sort of keep getting them more nervous, and the closer we get to it, the more nerves they'll show, and hopefully he'll open up some gaps for us.
Morgan again is in and bowls and take on the pad, Alison. I was going to ask you as well. This is a bit more personal, but when you mentioned that you haven't been enjoying the success this season that you would have liked, and Worcestershire supporters are very, very well aware of how consistent you've been over your career, even not just now, but when it's not going well, and doesn't always. I mean, it's bound to be a bit up and down. Maybe less so for you than a lot of players, but when it isn't going well, when something like last night happens, Morgan bowls again and Alison drives. This one's uppish, just past the diving fielder at short mid wicket, diving to his left, but he got away with it. How are you at coping with going home to the family and dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, luckily I've got a 2-year-old girl now and a 4-year-old mad chocolate Labrador, and they're pretty good at getting my headspace away from cricket. So yeah, that is nice to go home to now. But yeah, look, it has been a really tough season for me personally.
Seb Morgan in again, bowls, and that one has reared back at Alison. He's kind of turned his back on it, and it's gone through to Crack. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but that we were talking about this morning. The funny thing about this pitch is it will do nothing for about an hour, and then suddenly you get that one.
There's always one in there
that does like that, and yeah, like you got in the first innings, or Dan got in the second from Zafar. That the odd one just takes off, and that one didn't. It didn't do that much this morning. Yeah. Not much went vertical. So here's Morgan again, promising young seam bowler, all-rounder in fact. This one does behave, and Alison pushes out on the offside.
I think it's a life.
Part of being the professional batsman that you are, you have to be able to.
Yeah, look, it's the life of the batter, really, especially at the top of the order. I guess I've been fortunate so far in my career at Neuro to be relatively consistent. So it's a real test of character when you go through these spells. Hopefully I can turn that around at some stage. I really want to be contributing to the team, and certainly I'm working hard behind the scenes, but sometimes it just doesn't work out for you, and that's where I am at the minute, unfortunately.
Morgan again is in and bowls short, and Alison is taken on the pad. There's an appeal from behind the stumps. The umpire is not impressed. It is the end of the over, and we'll have another one from Gohar shortly. Matt White takes off his sweater. It's the end of the over. 143 for 4, 48 overs completed. 215 more runs required for Worcestershire to win. And that would be maybe the least likely of the three possible outcomes here. Middlesex would still consider themselves to be favourites, but it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility. One debate we've been having on here during this game, Jake, Kevin and I, was prompted by comments made elsewhere on podcasts and that kind of thing, that Kev's of the opinion that the standard of cricket in Division 2 this year is quite high, and elsewhere, certainly one or two quite high profile names break off as Gohar bowls again, and Matthew Waite is forward to this, just allowing the ball to certain pundits of certain generations say, compared to when it was just one division, that some of the counties in Division 2 would have not been regarded very seriously 25-30 years ago. Waite defends again. You've played in Division 1 and Division 2 over a number of years. How would you see Division 2 this year? Maybe I'll ask you at the end of the over, because you're going to get through this over quite quickly, but something just to think about. I'd be very interested to get your take on that, because you've got experience in both divisions. Waite is pushing this one out on the offside, and he's going to get a single. He has to hurry as Morgan fields. There was a slight hesitation between the two, and he goes through and gets in. Morgan's throw to the non-strikers and missing the stumps anyway. Allison on 85. My impression is that Allison has been more comfortable against the seamers than against the spinner, although he did play that one rather deft little dab shot down to fine leg for 4 before lunch. Must be getting a bit nervous now, even though he's a confident young man. 15 away from what would be a maiden first class 100. Be on the phone to his brother at Essex, no doubt, if he gets there. Gohar again is round the wicket to him, and he's got 4 there, I think, because that's short and wide. First bad ball that Gohar's bowled since the lunch interval, and Allison quickly onto it, cuts it away for 4, takes him on to 89. Yeah, what do you reckon, Division 2?
Yeah,
first thoughts.
Look, for me, the pitches is a big one between the two. I think, you predominantly play at the test grounds in Division 1 and perhaps get some better pitches over a longer period of time, I would say. But in terms of the standard, I think there's not a massive difference. I think the only difference you get is probably in the depth. I think 5 or 6 of the players in Division 2 are good enough to be strong Div 1 players, but it probably does drop off a little bit.
Yeah. Gohar in, bowls, and Allison is on the back foot, looking to turn it on the leg side, but doesn't get enough on it, just dribbles away behind square, and they decide against a run.
So yeah, you probably get periods of play in Division 2 which probably aren't as strong as Division 1, I would say, or maybe longer periods, but ultimately the cricket's not a million miles off between the two, but it's probably just that depth, or they don't keep coming at you with bat and ball in Division 2 compared to Div 1, but I mean, look, they're all good cricketers still. It's still certainly very tough, and I think the pitches is quite a big factor in that as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on it, the pitches side of things. 1 ball left in this over from Gohar, and it's left alone by Allison outside the off stump. 148 for 4. The depth thing is interesting, and probably, I suppose I haven't really thought about this before, but you're more likely to get youngsters like Morgan or Daniel next to us coming through in Division 2, and then in Division 1 there'll be counties that have picked up 1 or 2 people from other counties, and there'll be more. That will account for the depth sort of thing.
I think you're spot on. I think you just get them more senior pros who probably know how to play first class cricket. It is probably. Well, it's good because it's been brilliant to watch Dan come through this year, and you see like Seb Morgan coming through as well, and you probably wouldn't get that at the bigger counties in Div 1 perhaps as much.
Yeah, here is Seb Morgan that we're talking about, moving away from us at the New Road end, bowling to Matthew Waite, who looks to cut that. It's a bottom edge, just goes down past the stumps onto the onside. Waite, who has yet to discover any great fluency out there, 2 off 16, which is unusual for him.
Very unusual.
One of those players who just comes in almost always and makes it look, as you said, a different pitch.
I was going to say, I said to him yesterday, we sort of talk about the pitch at lunch and tea, and his opinion is always different to everyone else, and I said to him, you can't have an opinion on the pitches anymore, because every time you go out it looks like you're batting on a completely different surface to the rest of us.
Morgan is in and bowls to him, and he's clipping this one away down to fine leg for 4, off the inside edge really, or inside half of that great big bat that he has. The old other bats are available, but it's manufactured by a company whose name begins with K, and northern cricketers tend to use them.
That's right, yeah.
And he's got a good one, as you can always tell. But I agree with you. It stays hit, doesn't it?
He times it really well, Matty. Yeah, he's very punchy.
Yeah,
I
use that word all the time when he's batting.
Yeah,
punches that one square on the offside, particularly.
Yeah, he hits it hard. Yeah,
and it's brought up the 150, that boundary. He's only on 6 and still a long way to go for Worcestershire. As Morgan comes in and bowls, and he plays this back to the bowler. I must say though, Jake, and if you take your, and I know you will do this, you take your own personal feelings about this game and what you've contributed to it out of it, and we're talking about Division 2 and depth and everything else, but it's been a good game of county cricket, this, isn't it? Whatever happens now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think we've had a few good games this year, really, and I think the pitch has been fair. I think they've been better this year than they have been the last couple of years, and it's produced some good games, isn't it? Ultimately, not any team can get away with it. There's always sort of wickets in it at periods, so the game can move quite quickly here. But then in the same breath, you're never too far away from it, both with bat and ball. You can get a partnership with the bat, and you can get wickets in clusters, which does make for entertaining cricket.
Seb Morgan in again, bowls, and that is the Matthew Waite shot that we're talking about. He's not quite got that one in the middle, but he's punched it away square on the offside and picked up a couple more runs. Takes him on to 8, total to 154 for 4, and that required number 204 now. Just psychologically, when that comes down below 200, that'll make something of a difference, I'm sure. Ben Allison still out there now on 89, 11 away from that maiden 100. Well, he's had a good game really, Ben Allison, when you think first game of the season for him in red ball cricket, and he's got 6 wickets as well. Could have had more. A bouncer from Morgan to Waite is ducked underneath and through it goes.
Yeah, I was really impressed
he has
with.
been missed, hasn't he? Really?
He has been missed. Yeah, you know what you get with him with the ball. Very accurate, relentlessly accurate. But yeah, he's also good in the change room. He is. I joke about it, but he is a very confident bloke, and that adds a lot to us as a group. But yeah, his skill with his bowling. Ultimately, on wickets like this, which do offer a little bit, he is a real handful. And also now showing us what he can do with the bat. But yeah, he's a real competitor and someone that you want on your side.
Yeah, here's Morgan. He's in again and bowls, and taking on the pad here. Wait. Peel for LBW, but I think that was quite an optimistic one. So it's the end of the over. 154 for 4 Worcestershire. Allison has 89, as I say. Waite has 8. One man out since lunch. Brett D'Oliveira caught at slip by Tom Helm off Zafar Gohar for 4. We'll have one more over from Zafar, and then I'm going to get Dan Latigan in alongside me, and I'm going to get Kevin Hand to come in and have a chat with Dan as well. And he's going to talk to you about Dan. He's going to talk to you about the innings that you played at Lords, because he was commentating on that one, and I know he enjoyed that. It was an interesting game, that one, when you look at these two sides here and the way that Worcestershire are trying to come back, because that was a game, Jake, where you came back against the same opposition from a position of inferiority, really, and managed to win the game.
Yeah, I thought we were really good at Lords. That was a fantastic win down there. Obviously special to win at Lords as well.
Gohar in, bowls short of length, and Allison cuts away on the offside.
But yeah, the man on my right, I've obviously got to say nice things because he's sitting close to me, but he's been terrific this season for us. First real season at the top of the order, and he's been so impressive. I think the way he dominates the ball and the way he hits the ball, I think works well. When he's not hitting it back at the stumps, that is.
Yeah, obviously, this one blocked. Yeah, and you had a good partnership in that second innings.
It's a shame because I think we've done well throughout. We built some smaller partnerships, got off to some decent starts. I think up at Southport it was frustrating we didn't kick on, and again it's been mostly my fault, it's got to be said, out of this partnership. But I think we've got off some decent starts and threatened to do well.
Yeah. Oh, Ben Allison's out. He's gone for the little paddle down the leg side. He's got it wrong on this occasion, and the ball has hit leg stump. So Gohar has picked up the second wicket of the afternoon, and Ben Allison's excellent effort is over. He's gone for 89. Just looking for that little paddle, and he's got the line wrong really on this occasion. I think got too far across outside the line, left his leg stump exposed, and looking to repeat that shot that I was describing earlier that he played this morning. Excellent innings from Ben Allison, but it's ended on 89. It's 154 for 5. I'm going to say thanks to Jake Libby. It's great to have had you in the box, Jake. I'm going to ask you to vacate that seat. Dan's going to come in, and then Kevin will come in alongside me. So thanks very much to Jake Libby, and I will just keep talking while Dan Latigan puts a headset on.
We'll do a change at the end of the over, shall we? You and I take it to the end of the over, and then
Dan can come in.
And then Dan can come in.
Yeah. So there we go. Applause for Ben Allison, bowled by Zafar Gohar for 89. Excellent innings from the night watchman, but it is over, and Worcestershire are 154 for 5 as Ben Allison departs, and the new batsman coming out to join Matthew Waite is Henry Cullen, who is of course on a pair, having got that brute of a delivery in the first innings Brilliant effort by Ben Allison then. 89, 124 balls, 16 fours and 2 sixes, career best, but he has been dismissed, and the score is 154 for 5, and Worcestershire need a further 204 to win. And Henry Cullen on a pair is out there, and I am sure that there will be just 1 or 2 words from the fielders around him. And there's a short leg, a silly point, a slip and a leg slip as he faces up to Gohar with 3 balls left in this over, and they might just be reminding him that he's under a bit of pressure. He waits now. He will be nervous. Couldn't do much about the one in the first innings. Gohar is into him and he's forward and plays that firmly down on the offside. And 1 bounce into the hands of Ben Geddes at silly mid-off. 154 for 5. Gohar again. Round the wicket bowls, and Cullen is again forward and rather nervously pushes out on the offside. 1 ball left in the over. Wait on 8. Cullen yet to get off the mark. Testing time for the young man. Gohar is in, bowls to him, and he's blocking this one out on the offside. End of the over then. Success for Gohar, who has excellent figures now. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 22, and the ball is very much now in Middlesex's court. They're right on top again with those 2 wickets having gone down since the break.
Cheers, Frank. 154 for 5 it is then. Cricket live on the BBC here at New Road from Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson, myself Kevin Hand of BBC London. Delighted to say Dan Latigan sitting down alongside me. It's Seb Morgan who's running into bowl to start the new over. Slip in place, short mid wicket, not too far away, as well as he's in bowls, and this is defended into the onside by Waite. No run. He has 8. Cullen's out there on 0 from 3, and well, Allison's innings comes to an end. Dan, it was a cracking knock though.
Yes, very disappointed to see Benny get out there, but he's done a great job for the team. I'm very happy for him. But yeah, it was lovely to watch.
I mean, he's given you a real chance here, isn't he? 204. It's still a long shot. It's tough on a final day to chase 350. It's a lot of runs, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It will be a very big chase, but still have full faith in the 2 out there.
Morgan heads away from us and runs into bowl now. It's bowled it. Middle stump's gone. He's got one possibly to nip back. Was there a little inside tickle on it? Waite's gone for 8, 154 for 6, and Morgan has his first wicket of this innings. Not to be for Waite today. 23 to his name. 52nd over the innings. The pressure of the match just starting to tell at the moment on Worcestershire. It isn't over yet. We said as that partnership was going well this morning, there'll be a burst of wickets at some stage. It's the way cricket works. There'll be another partnership at some stage, and it's at that point where it will be make or break then for Worcestershire. But they have to get that partnership going again now as Waite makes his way off. Morgan delighted with that one, as for Middlesex, and yeah, it's the way of the chase, isn't it? It's never going to be straightforward, Dan.
Yeah, definitely. We knew it would be a tough chase on this deck. But like Frank and Jake touched upon, they've been slightly ahead of the game since that very good partnership on day 1. So we knew it would be a challenge, and yeah, hopefully we can get to this tough period and then work towards that. Give us a quick chat about yourself just while we're in between. Obviously we've got the new batter to walk out now in a minute to join Cullen, but well, Frank, he threw three things at me before you came in. It was 1, how you ended up at Worcester. 2, went to Brighton College. 3, that innings at Lords. Go on, start on a bright note then. That innings at Lords, it was it was on the back of a couple of fierce knocks that had announced you really, I think, around the country. But the one at Lords, it changed the match, that opening partnership between yourself and Libby. Yeah, I think me and Jake went out there with quite a clear plan. We knew it was a bit of a tricky deck going in because we obviously had the 2 innings before to assess that, and yeah, we just went out there thinking with a positive mind frame and trying to capitalise on any loose balls they gave us, and then yeah, it was really good fun out there. I love batting with Jake, so yeah, I really enjoyed that one.
What was the approach at that stage? Because again, not too dissimilar. I mean, 61 for 5 in the first innings, wasn't it? And recovered by, I think it was 75 by the skipper. 195 pressure was on because it was that third innings. If this goes wrong, there's no way back, really, is there?
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, me and Jake, we had a really clear plan, and we communicated quite well out there, and yeah, it was just really enjoyable. I think it went our way for a little bit, and then it was nice to contribute to the team, and obviously ended up being a nice win.
Morgan past the umpire, he bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Once more, 154 for 6. So the other question, he said, how'd you end up at Worcestershire then? What was the story? How'd you get here?
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny one. Like you said, I attended Brighton College down in Sussex, and then when I was changing my visa to be able to play county cricket, my mother had to move over because it's through her side of the family. And we had a family friend called Lucy. I'm sure she might be tuned in actually. And just break off as said.
Here he comes. Past the umpire, he bowls, and forward defence into the onside, Brooksfields.
And I've known Lucy since I was a kid, and she'd always said if we wanted to come over, we're welcome to go stay with her, which is what we did. So we're very appreciative to Lucy, and my mum and brother went to go stay with her, and I came to visit on all the odd weekends and holidays that we had at school, and ended up having a trial at Worcester, and then I got put on the academy, and then
I mean, it's a heck of a thing to be signed as a overseas at 20 years of age. Here's Morgan, 18-year-old for Middlesex. He's in, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside, 154 for 6.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny situation. Obviously, very appreciative towards Worcestershire for giving me this opportunity. Like you said, not a very common thing. So yeah, just happy I can be out there playing for Worcester.
Morgan, faced him. I can't remember if you played the game at Lords, but you faced him certainly out there in this one. 18 years of age. There's a lot of exciting talent in this game. So Caleb Faulkner as well, you might know a bit of, as his. Morgan in bowl, solid defence into the onside, and there's no run. 154 for 6. That is the end of the over. 204 more required. How was it facing Morgan first up? Have you faced him before?
Yeah, I actually played against Seb and Caleb in my Tuesday debut for Worcester against Middlesex.
Oh yeah.
So I knew of them. Both very, very impressive. And I'd faced Seb at Lords as well. Very impressive bowler. Lots of skills. So yeah, definitely challenging. And as Caleb also is a very, very talented player. So yeah, I'd had faced him a bit before, but it was definitely challenging out there when Seb was running in.
What is it about Morgan? I mean, the reputation that he came into the Middlesex first team with. I mean, he's performed with the bat in this one, hasn't he? But with the ball, he's looked good as well. His Gohar. Sorry, I'll jump back in and go through this one. Difficult to natter through a spinner's over. As here's Morgan, he bowls. That's eased to silly point or to silly mid off. There's a short leg slip and a slip, backward point, cover and mid off, mid on, and square leg. 154 for 6 as Cullen faces his 5th delivery. It's Gohar who bowls it and push 2. The number 12, Sam Robson, who's under the lid there. That's silly mid off. Takes guard again. Leans over his bat once again, the right-hander, as Gohar's in, bowls, and it's his turn. Backward square on the leg side. Quick single taken to Faulkner. That's well played. And it's the kind of thing just to get the scoreboard ticking again, isn't it?
Yeah, very happy for Henry there to get off the mark. Obviously, he had an awful ball to face in the first innings. Very disappointed for him, and happy he can get off the mark, yeah.
Gohar down below the Basil D'Oliveira stand, which I think it has picked up a little bit today, the crowd. As the day's worn on, there was a bit of moisture around this morning, but prospects of a Worcestershire win has picked up across the day as well, as Gohar bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, no run. And that is something as well, isn't it, as a side that you go out and you make sure, all right, even if we don't win it, we make sure we lose it, but with a bit of pride you walk away.
No, definitely. Obviously, all 3 results I think are definitely still on the table here for us, so hopefully you can get on the positive side of that.
Gohar in bowls, and this is dug out by Brooks. Bowled pretty well in the game, didn't he, Brooks, I thought?
Yeah, Brooksy bowled really well. Just an amazing cricketer. Affects the game in all 3 facets, with the ball, with the bat, and in the field. So very happy for him, yeah. Bowled a very nice spell for us.
Gohar round the wicket again. Bowls now, and forward goes Brooks defending. It's pushed back. 155 for 6, and 203 more. Yeah, Morgan. What was it about Morgan that you noticed from your perspective? Because as I say, from mine, I've seen some great moments with him, and indeed with the bat in this. But he came in with such a big reputation, so clearly there's something about him that people like.
Yeah, I think everyone saw what he did for England under 19s and knew the skill that he had. I think such a easy action, such a smooth action to the crease, and naturally swings the ball back into me, but can move it both ways and bowls a very nice wobble ball. So I think just his consistent accuracy and the changes in his delivery, whether it's swinging away in or scrambling the seam, just think he has all three of those in his locker. So that's what makes it quite challenging facing him.
Well, he's ready to bowl now. Once again, just the one slip behind Cullen. Short mid-wicket goes down, short extra cover as well, and Morgan bowls just full of a length. It's the inside edge again, thoughts of a single, but Bosch comes around from square leg. Nothing taken. And Caleb Faulkner in the World Cup final announced in the under-19s for everybody, didn't it?
Yeah, it was an amazing innings. I was watching it back home in South Africa, and I was in awe almost, of the shots he was playing. Very happy for him. I did speak to him a bit when I made my debut in the twos, and lovely guy. Very happy for his success so far, and it was an amazing innings to watch.
When was the twos debut?
It would have been in September of 2024.
Right. Here's Morgan, he's in, bowls, and this is pushed back to the offside. No run again, 155 for 6. But big game this one here. A win for Worcestershire at Lords. If they were to do the double over Middlesex, what it would say is that Middlesex are going to struggle to get up this year, because it means it'll be tough to finish above Worcestershire. So then you've got to not only get above Worcestershire, you've got to get above Durham, who are top at the moment, and a few other teams. So it's a big day this for Worcestershire. It's nothing terminal or as pressurised as it is for Middlesex, I don't think, as Morgan's in, bowls, and inside edge onto the pads, I reckon. They half went up and then stopped. Certainly something wasn't right about it.
Yeah, Connery, it's a tough angle from you.
It is, isn't it?
Respect for you guys now. Because
I'm glad you said that, yeah. See, listeners, we're not as bad as it sounds.
Tough angle for LBW from this angle.
Yeah.
Looking on the last stream, looks like it was just sliding. Well, he's definitely got some bat on that.
But yeah, Worcestershire, the game would bounce straight back up, won't it?
Yeah, it was a very big game for us. Obviously, the table's quite tightly congested.
Morgan hits the crease, bowls, and a little dabble pushed at that one, Cullen wide outside the off stump, through it goes. And it's I think you heard it was passed on to Jake Libby from Frank there, that I'm damning of those who say Division 2 is not of a good standard. It's an awful lot better than it was 10 years ago, I can tell you that.
Yeah, obviously growing up in South Africa, not too sure of how it was, but I definitely felt challenging. I've faced some really good attacks, some really good bowlers. So yeah, definitely been a challenge so far.
And comes Morgan, he bowls, and this is onto the pads again, leg side, but I fancy there's an inside tickle on that once again.
Definitely.
Who's been the pick of the bowlers you've faced this year? Been the top 5?
Well, there's been a lot. Obviously Jimmy Anderson,
of course,
when we played Lancs, was
how was that?
Very big challenge.
Bit of chatter,
a little bit. I was a bit starstruck, to be honest, so didn't give much back. But it was a great experience. Obviously faced Mohamed Abbas for Derby, which was very, very good, very challenging. But there's been loads. Some of the attacks have been very good, and yeah, it's been a challenge, but very enjoyable. I feel like I've learned a lot so far.
Here's Morgan hitting the crease now. He bowls, and this is an attempted cut through to the keeper. It goes 155 for 6. And what about the Worcestershire dressing room? A good mate of mine is Alan Richardson, so I say lots of horrible things about him on mic as a result, but my first year commentating, he was still playing for Middlesex back then. He was very, very good to me, so I know what kind of character he is, but it would seem well regarded as a coach as well.
No, definitely. I've said since day one coming into this, change room is a lovely environment. It makes it very easy as a youngster coming in, because it feels like everyone genuinely wants you to do well, and they're all supporting you. And yeah, Richo is known as one of the nicest guys around on the circuit. So as a coach, it's just lovely to know you have that backing from him, and yeah, it's just a lovely environment, to be honest.
Gohar. He is left arm around the wicket to Brooks. The right-hander pushes defensively forward. There's no run. How what kind of coach is he? Is he big on tactics? Is he big on talk? Does he let you get on with it?
I think he's very balanced in his approach and coaching. I think he lets you do your thing.
Gohar again. Bowls and sweep goes up in the air. Might go. Square leg takes the catch. Top edge. Brooks falls. He looks at the toe end of his bat. It wasn't where he wanted it at all. And Brooks goes his 9th delivery. 155 for 7. And it was Faulkner at square leg that holds on. And it's Gohar with the 3rd. And well, if we're honest, Dan, Gohar was always going to be a challenge on this final day. It's a challenge on any day, isn't he? But he's the man making the difference at the moment. And batting lasts when you're up against a top quality spinner, let alone up against a lot of runs and a solid all-round attack. But someone like Gohar is going to be tough to get past.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. Feels like it's been turning quite a bit. Obviously, spin hasn't always been the big thing yet in New Road, but certainly on this pitch, it feels like it's definitely offering a bit to the spinners. And yeah, he's bowled consistently, so it's been quite a challenge to score, and he's obviously taken now 4 wickets, so yeah, he's bowled very well.
155 for 7 it is. A drink run out for Cullen, who's still there. Got a first baller in the first innings, but he's digging in, and we just see the replay of it. It was there for the sweep, I think, was it? I didn't quite catch it fully. The line, what was the length like?
I think Brooksy's go-to shot against spin is a sweep. We all back him when he's sweeping, so obviously disappointed to see him go, but that would have been his go-to because he feels so confident of that. So yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not a risk shot, the sweep, anymore. I mean, even the reverse sweep nowadays isn't regarded as a risk shot.
Especially for Brooksy.
Yeah. But yeah, the bounce for Gohar, I think it was day 1 he got one to bounce. He was outside the off stump, beat the edge of a cut. But I just saw the bounce on that first day for Gohar and thought that's going to really have left arm finger spinner in the game on the final day.
Yeah, I felt like my one last night bounced quite a bit, and
yes,
yeah, he bowled really well. So
it did. Yeah, it gloved it.
I think it came off the shoulder, to be honest, shoulder of the bat, and looped up to helmet slip, and obviously him being a very tall guy, just plucked it with one hand. So
yeah, I did say you were hugely unlucky. Ryan Higgins is probably tuned in right now. He's usually the slip fielder for Gohar, and he'd have had no chance of getting anywhere near it because he was a foot off the ground at full stretch, wasn't he? 6'4" Helm. So you were very, very unlucky that Ryan Higgins was injured for this match.
To be fair, if Higo was here, he obviously got me out twice at Lord's, so I might have been out before then if Higo was here, so you never know.
He'll probably give me a clip around the ear when he sees me for saying that as well now. But hope he's well, and good luck with the recovery from injury, Higo, if you are tuned in at the moment. A wrist injury for him, keeping him out of this one, and next week at Canterbury. Well, this week indeed, Friday. Here's Gohar bowls a forward defence from Taylor, push back up the track, and it's partnership time here, really, isn't it? Again, they've got to get a partnership going and just push some pressure back onto Middlesex.
Yeah, definitely. We pride ourselves in these positions, fight back and scrap, so hopefully we can do that.
Slip. Leg slip. Silly mid off and short leg crouch down as Gohar bowls. This is pushed back into the onside. Where is it on Friday for you guys?
We are at home against Gloucester.
Oh, something of a derby. Worcestershire, Gloucestershire. It's kind of close enough, isn't it?
I think so, to be honest. Yeah, it would definitely be
M5 derby.
Yeah,
is that what it is? It's the M5, isn't it?
I would have known, to be fair.
Here's Gohar bowls, and this is pushed back. Do you guys go on the coach, or do you go in separate cars, in double up in cars?
It depends on the distance, really.
Yeah,
I think if it's over a certain distance, we'll go on the coach. But otherwise,
either way, you're not driving.
I know, I do drive, but just my geography's not the best.
That's what sat-nav's for. Here's Gohar bowls, and forward goes Taylor, pushing back into the onside. There's no run. 155 for 7. Dan Latkin is alongside myself. Kevin Hand here on the BBC's Radio Hereford and Worcester, and BBC Radio London together for this one. At the moment, it looks as though it's going the way of the away side. It was a long shot today, but a near wicketless morning session. It was extraordinary from Allison, who's just given his side something of a chance here, but again, it's partnership time, and that's what has to be factored in. Although 7 down, that does include a night watch, although the night watch is the leading scorer of the innings at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Like we said, Ben did a great job for the side, but now it's just digging in time and see how long we can be out there for.
Yeah, it's funny how that changes it, isn't it? And this morning it felt like, dig in first and see what happens, but with a night watch doing what he did, you don't particularly get in his way, do you? It's like, alright, keep going. Here's Morgan bowls, and Cullen wrapped on the pads. I think high from this angle is the best thing I can offer straight away. They went down very quickly, whether there was an inside edge as well. But we are at a wide long on. So no position whatsoever, but height we can give a reasonable idea. Leg side as well?
Yeah, he's only a short lad, Henry, so you never really know with height.
Here's Deploy and Roland Jones having a natter as they wait to return the ball to Morgan. They're just orchestrating something. It's going to be a silly mid-off coming into play. Still one slip and a short mid-wicket as well as the silly mid-offers. Here goes Morgan, he's in, bowls, and played as though it didn't get up by Cullen. It's just been a fraction of that, hasn't there, in this game?
Yes, definitely. Like Jake mentioned, the pitch has definitely been a lot better this year.
Yeah.
There has just been a touch of inconsistency with the bounce. So, yeah, we're trying to get through those odd inconsistencies and then try and score on the loose ones.
Yeah. We'll bring Frank back in at the end of the over. There's 4 balls left of it. 55 bowled. 55 remain of the match. This is the 56th of the innings. As here's Morgan bowls, and this is worked away down 2 long leg, and it's a little bit of a chase on here. They'll get 1 for sure and settle on that. Max Holden down there. By the looks of it, 156 for 5. That's the other thing. Middlesex have another new ball if they need it. And that was always hanging over as well as it was going before lunch. That was why today still looked such a tall order for Worcestershire, because as well as Deploy batted yesterday, it gave Middlesex that time to declare early enough that if they needed it, the second new ball would be around.
Yeah, definitely. Deploy batted beautifully, and like you said, gave them that extra time to declare earlier and get 14 overs in last night, which obviously allows them to get the new ball quite early in the innings. Yeah.
Here's Morgan, past the umpire, he bowls, that's left alone outside of the off stump to Cracknell, returning from injury in this game. 156 for 7. So where's family for you mostly then? You mentioned you had family you were visiting over here, but...
Yeah, so me and my mum live together here in Worcester.
Yep.
And then the rest of the family are all back home. So luckily I get to go home in the winter, so I get to see all of them. But yeah, for the moment it's just me and mum here in Worcester.
And play over there?
Yeah, I'll play for my home club over there, and then yeah.
Which club is it? There's Morgan's in, bowls, and beats Taylor outside off.
I play for Durham Cricket Club in the Western Province League. Played there for the last 2 seasons, really enjoyed it. Played there as a youngster as well, so very close to home. It's about a 5-minute drive, so yeah, really enjoyed there.
Good man, Dan Latigan. We'll let you go. End of the over coming up after this delivery. Lovely to meet you.
Thank you for having me.
No, thanks for your time, and good luck rest of the season. Really enjoyed the knock at Lords. If I'm allowed to say that as the commentator that follows Middlesex. So good luck rest of the year, and indeed with a career. It's all ahead of him. 20 years of age. As here comes Morgan over the wicket. He bowls, and forward goes Taylor, pushing back 2 points. No run. It's the end of the over. 56 bowled, a minimum of 54 remain of the game. 156 for 7. Cullen has 2. Taylor has 0. And Frank Watson has the mic. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike. Frank Watson has the mic.
Frank. Yeah, well, we'll stop getting Worcestershire players on because they obviously bring very, very bad
bless him,
fortune,
poor
don't
Dan.
they?
I did think that when they came up. I thought fair play to them because there aren't many that would.
No, I think it was great having them, and they
no on the final day. That was brilliant. It was fantastic.
Yeah, really
it was brilliant.
Good. And they, you know what? Jake Levy confirmed a lot of the things that we'd said about the game, isn't it? Who'd played well and who hadn't, and I think I'll break up as Gohar bowls a new over and starts with the ball which Cullen cuts. Doesn't really get it where he wants it. He's going to get 4 through the slips, but he's hit it so hard it was never catchable. And Tom Helm almost had to sort of jump out of the way, and he gets 4 down to third man, 160 for 7. As Jake Libby just said to me next door, that little burst, that little D'Oliveira, Allison Waite mini collapse has put paid to any realistic chances Worcestershire had of winning. Ethan Brooks top edging that sweep at Gohar. And what I would say is, and this is again, it's easy to be wise after the event, and lots of Worcestershire fans have been saying for a while, and the lack of a spinner in the Worcestershire side has been exposed again, hasn't it? Because Gohar, albeit the fact that he's a very experienced international spinner, he's made a difference in this game, landing it on the spot again and again. Cullen defends here, and he's getting a little bit of turn, and he's been able to tie one end up and put pressure on, and Worcestershire didn't have that option. and at the moment they are still a long way behind. Go our Bowles, and Cullen is forward, pushing out on the offside. Good experience for the young man, but when you think that a half an hour ago or 45 minutes ago we were still entertaining the chances of a Worcestershire victory, and now you're looking at the board and they're 7 down and 198 behind. It's a massive gulf, isn't it? That's how well Middlesex have played. Go our Bowles again. Cullen nicely behind this, pushes up to mid-on. Great experience though for Henry Cullen. The longer he can stay out there, the better. Albeit Worcestershire are now staring down the barrel, to be honest. Cullen and Taylor at the crease. Go our Bowles to Cullen, and he's turning this one on the leg side to backward square. No run. And it's dried up as well now, isn't it? They're not playing any shots. They're almost sitting ducks now, almost, and that doesn't help you. That doesn't help you.
Yeah, it's a digging. It's a digging now, and they've got to think somehow. Where's a partnership going to come?
And 54 overs to go. Go our Bowles. Cullen defends, and that's the end of a very tidy over from Go. I'll give you his figures because they're worth repeating, especially for Middlesex supporters. 15 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 27. Worcestershire 160 for 7.
Live cricket from the BBC. From the BBC Sport website and app. You can pick it up on the streams as well from the county's websites. With the commentary overlaying it. 160 for 7 it is. So Cullen and Taylor. In some ways you think 6 down because one of those two have gone into night watch. And a bonus night watch as well because of the substantial runs that he brought. Here's Morgan. He is in Bowles, and this is clipped to square leg. No run. It took a bit of a bobble in front of Bosch. He just turned his head away at the last moment.
Just say a big thank you to Jake Libby and Dan Latigan as well. I'm sure you did, Kev, as well. But it's great for our commentary just occasionally to get a bit of proper insight from inside the dressing room, and to get two players who are actually in the current game to come up and give up a half an hour each of their time is really appreciated. So big thanks to them.
Morgan in Bowles, and this is left alone outside offs. 160 for 7. And chatter around the field. It felt you could feel the nerves from here just before that wicket before lunch, couldn't you? That there was a quietness out there. There's a bit of jibber jabber again now. 3 more wickets, and they'll be on the motorway with a win, a much needed one as well, as Morgan's in Bowles, left alone outside of the off stump, as much because of who they're playing. Having lost to Worcestershire at Lords earlier this season, it would mean they would nearly rule out finishing above Worcestershire this season. You lose twice to a side in a season, you're going to struggle to finish above them. And that means you have to make sure you're finishing above the rest, which with Durham top would have been a tall order. But a win here will keep it wide open in Division 2. As Morgan's in. Bowles, a short one, swaying inside it. Taylor leaves well alone. His 11th ball. Let's get off the mark. Plenty of chatter. I actually haven't kept up in this match with quite what's been happening in the other games, I must admit, but it's been a good contest here as Morgan's in Bowles, inside edge, it all wraps high up on the front pad though, so either way. So 160 for 7. And as I look at those scores elsewhere, headline on the BBC Sport website, McCullum worried for Stokes and tight-lipped over captaincy. We've already heard that Ollie Robinson's out of the second test. Cox and Baker to make test debuts in second test, as is Morgan bowls, and this is pushed back to extra cover, no run. Essex require 198 more runs to beat Leicestershire. They had a 17 for 1 in their second innings at Grace Road. Somerset have beaten Nottinghamshire by 306 runs at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire require 267 more to beat Yorkshire at Scarborough. They're 186 for 5. Gloucestershire 341 for 9. They lead Northamptonshire by just 144 at Wantage Road. And finishing yesterday, was it? Durham. Durham winning by an innings and 22 runs. Durham, it's pretty much who's going up with them now, isn't it? They've got to have been putting themselves into a strong position now. Kent beat Lancashire by 140 runs as well in the other Division 2 run. Results,
Kent
Sussex
have really turned things around, haven't they?
Let's have a look at the table and see. Sussex won by an innings in 98 against Glamorgan in Division 1. We'll have a look at the table at the end of Gohar's over.
He's in now, round the wicket to Cullen, and he's forward to this, pushing out on the offside. Yeah, they've really turned things around, Kent, after a terrible start. Beaten here by Worcestershire. Rock bottom at that point, then went away, and I think they might have won 3 now since then. Gohar in again, bowls. Cullen is again forward, pushing back up the pitch. Patience is the order of the day now for Middlesex. They've outplayed Worcestershire, let's be fair. That's not to say that there haven't been good periods of play for Worcestershire, because they have, but over the piece they've been outplayed. This one is edged by Cullen all along the ground through the slips. He's going to get a couple, take him up to 8 from 24 deliveries. 162 for 7. And Taylor, the non-striker, still yet to get off the mark, having faced 13 deliveries. Gohar bowls. Cullen is forward. Dabs it down on the onside. Men out since lunch. D'Oliveira caught helm bowled Zafar Gohar for 4. Ben Allison bowled by Zafar Gohar for 89. Matthew Waite bowled by Seb Morgan for 8. And Ethan Brooks caught by Caleb Faulkner off Zafar without scoring. Top edging a sweep on the leg side. Next one played out on the offside by Henry Cullen, who has evaded the dreaded pair. 26 deliveries for his 8, but he's still there battling as Gohar comes in round the wicket to finish his 16th over. Has beat Cullen with one that turns, and Gohar's appealing. I'm not sure what for, because it's just gone past the edge into the keeper's gloves. End of the over. 162 for 7. 16 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 29.
So tea is 50 minutes away. That's first target, isn't it? Get to tea if they can. 51 overs remaining. So what'll it be? Circa 35, 34. A bit more actually other way. 37 overs remaining of the match after tea. With the second new ball, 21 overs away. So yeah, there'll be 30 overs of the second new ball, should it be required. I was putting that to Dan Latigan that is a big part of it as well today. If you get 80 overs through this innings, be it save it or going for the win, Middlesex then get a good chunk of a second new ball. Here comes Bosch, bowls to Taylor. The ball's eased to backward point, no run, 162 for 7. Packed dugout still away to our right hand side. Middlesex are watchers from the dugout, but Worcestershire are not. They watch from the balcony, clearly Worcestershire, but Middlesex all down in the T20 dugout, which they used to pack them up and put them away for the season, didn't they? But they're there all year round now. Although it depends, I suppose April, nobody's sitting down there, they're in the dressing room.
They use them as a boat, they just turn them on their backs and paddle round in them here.
This is a length ball from Bosch to Taylor, turned to square leg, and there's no run again. Have you had a bit of Bradder's birthday cake yet?
I had a tiny sliver.
Oh,
yeah.
Were you not a fan?
No, I like it. I just didn't want to.
Did you go for the cheap option, Bradder's?
I did. No, it's not very nice chocolate cake, but I just didn't want to have too big a piece, really. Too rich.
Those brownies were heavy yesterday. In comes Bosch to Taylor. The ball's turned square leg, no run again. Chatter in the field. There's that. Middlesex look for these final 3 wickets for an important victory. I was going to look at the table as well. That was what I was going to do. So here's Bosch in bowls. This ball's pushed back into the offside. No run. So Division 2, as it currently stands, Durham top with that victory on 126 points. So currently 55 points ahead of Middlesex. And indeed 55 points ahead of Worcestershire, both on 71 points.
Does that include the bonus points in this game? Have they already gone on?
They haven't gone on yet, no. Gloucestershire bottom with 32. Kent 96 points. And so here's Bosch pushing back up the track to mid-on, no run. So that's the importance of this one, is really to tuck in. I'm saying about finishing ahead of Worcestershire. I suppose those 2 defeats for Worcestershire have tightened it up. That it's pretty unusual, isn't it, to go and win, to go and lose 2 games to a side but still finish ahead of them in the divisions the way they are. But I guess,
well, no,
team division.
Not necessarily. I mean, you could beat everybody else, I suppose, couldn't you? And you could finish way ahead. But yeah, don't know.
Bosch bowls, and this ball's left zone. It's unlikely that's going to be the scenario anyway. 196 more to win. Worcestershire up against it now after making a fair fist of it before lunch. So yes, Derbyshire 77, Lancashire 78. They've both completed this round. Northamptonshire yet to complete it. They're on 85 points. So a win for either here will take them up, circa 22 points, give or take. Worcestershire got 1 batting point, Middlesex got 2. So 22 points for Middlesex would put them just below Kent, 3 points behind Kent, so all to play for. But again, it wouldn't be for Worcestershire, they're only a win behind those 2 coming out of this game, so it will still be very, very tight. But the current, or the gap, what was it, 6 points between 5 sides, between 3rd and 7th coming into it. 1-6, 2 for 7.
Go our bowls. Cullen forward, pushing out on the offside. The trouble is, they've got stuck now, I think, these 2. Taylor at one end, Cullen at the other. And go our bowls, and Cullen pushes into the offside a bit more forcefully this time, but no run. They've got stuck, and they're being bowled at now, aren't they? And you just get that feeling that it's only a matter of time before one pops or one keeps a bit low or whatever, and they're not rotating the strike, they're not giving the bowler any problems. Both ends, the bowler's settled nicely. Go our bowls, Cullen forward, turns on the leg side. And I'm not suggesting that it's easy for them to change this, because it's not. They're very capable players and they'll be well aware what's happening, and they'll be wanting to change it, but trying to rotate the strike a little bit and put a bit of pressure back on when 2 bowlers have settled, and one in particular settled as well as Gohar, is very, very difficult indeed. Cullen dabs out on the offside again. 16.4 over 7 maidens, 4 for 29 Gohar. If he's bowled a couple of bad balls, that's about the sum total of it. And Worcestershire 162 2 for 7, and when you think that 89 of those came from the night watchman, Ben Allison, then that gives you an insight into how little the other batters have been able to contribute. Roderick played well for 20, faced 104 balls before being out LBW, but the others haven't really got going at all. Cullen pushes out on the offside, off the back foot this time. And stays on 8, 1 ball left in the over. So Worcestershire will come out of this game probably with just the 4 points they've got, 3 for bowling, 1 for batting, and Middlesex very likely to come out of it with 21, having accrued 5 bonus points. Last ball of the over from Zafar Gohar, and Cullen, well, taken on the pad, it drops down in front of him, and it's the end of another maiden over. 17 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 29, his figures.
49 overs remain. And 196, not quite at the stage to say it's the nominal target just yet, but it's getting there now though, isn't it?
Well,
because
I think you can say that.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's the nominal target now, so you think it's bad out for the draw from here?
Oh, without a doubt.
Cullen 8 from 33, none from 19 for Taylor. I mean, certainly the approach at the moment is that it's just the draw and nothing more. Amazing the difference the morning to the afternoon here. In comes Bosch, bowls, and forward goes Taylor, defending to short leg. No run. So Gloucestershire here, that's a game that you'd imagine Worcestershire would hope 4 clear days, bottom of the table at the moment, Gloucestershire. I don't think they're a bad side. Saw them defeated by an innings by Middlesex at Lords, but I thought Middlesex played particularly well in that game. Gloucestershire had something about them, as here's Bosch bowls onto the legs. It's turned backward square on the leg side, and they'll take a single, thinking 2. Back they come, have to be quick. They are. Throws just a little short there. Who's that down there? Number 16. That's throwing me. Who's number 16?
Morgan.
Morgan, is it? Hadn't memorised his name just yet. For some reason I had him down in my mind as an 8. But maybe I've only seen half of his shirt and I'm mixing up the 6 with the... as an 8.
He's 16, if you rip his shirt in half it's worth 8.
Yeah, well there's that, yeah. Here's Bosch to get a bowl to the right-handed Taylor. It's down the leg side and it's a tumbling take by poor old Crackers. He'll get himself up eventually. And Middlesex will pick themselves up again in terms of the excuse me, in terms of the volume in the fields. 61.3 bowled. Bosch past the umpire, he bowls and beats Taylor. Length ball past the edge. Middlesex have their tails up here. It's a very different side to that which played out this morning's session. They were quiet and by the end they looked worried. But they're back in the game now. And back in the driving seat. They lost the morning session and arguably the first session they'd lost to the match, but they've won the afternoon session, and with that probably That was the thing. Coming into this final day, Worcestershire had to win all 3 sessions today, didn't they? As Bosch in bowls. This is pushed back to mid-off.
It's just, we're talking to Jake Libby about this, weren't we? 2 or 3 players have said to me now, this pitch it's just weird. You have an hour where very little happens, and then for some reason a ball just takes off or keeps low, and then the same thing happens and you lose a couple of wickets, and then you have another lengthy spell where not a lot happens. That one defended by Taylor, end of the over. 164 for 7, Worcestershire trail by 194. 48 overs left in the day, 3 wickets left for Glamorgan to take. And that means that when you get a period like Worcestershire had this morning, which is really good, you get through to the break and think they've done really well, but you're probably always aware that there's still a chance that you could lose 2 in 2 or have a little mini collapse, and that's happened since lunch. Go hard to continue from around the wicket, the Diglis end, with his silly mid-off, 2 slips and short leg. Ball into Cullen, who's jabbing forward, pushing it out on the offside. They reckon they're going to get Cullen caught at slip or caught back pad, I think, on the offside, where the line that Go was bowling at him. Really trying to get him to push too hard at that outside the off stump. Goes back to this one, which bounced quite sharply and left him, and Cracknell ended up diving to his right to take it, standing up to the stumps. So much did that bounce. Turned miles, actually. He's taken it one-handed out by the edge of the return crease, actually. Turned a long way. Cullen watches this one and steers it behind square on the offside to Morgan. 164 for 7. 35 minutes left till tea. I think we'll probably still be going after tea unless they're 9 down. Go our bowls. Cullen on the back foot drives square on the offside. And again, there's no run. He is 8 off 37 for a normally a fairly free scoring batter. Really good test for him here. Gohar in, he's forward, pushing at that maybe a little bit hard. Got away with it, dropped just short of the fielder at silly mid-off. 1 left in the over. And it will be a 3rd consecutive maiden. Indeed it is. 18 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 29 for Zafar Gohar, and Worcestershire 164 for 7, 47 overs left in the day, and just about 35 minutes left before tea.
Yeah. Will they make tea? Will they make stumps? Even tea at the moment is in doubt. But these two digging in. 2 from 25, 8 from 39. Over at the pavilion, Tim Mercer walking down the steps to rejoin the dugout, which is filled by Rory Coots, Peter Fulton, the head coach, Tim Merton, our bowling coach. In Salisbury was around somewhere. I'm not sure I've seen him today, whether he went home after the 3rd day. A short leg and a slip, as well as a short mid-wicket. Here's Bosch in bowls and beats Taylor, forward defence from the right-hander. Yeah, not as busy a day today, but feels like one of two have come in across the day, maybe after the morning session they had their hopes lifted. A few turned up late, but sadly after lunch it's been Middlesex's session, and that is very hard to turn back at this late stage now for Worcestershire, but never say never, be it saving the draw. It is a long way to bat with the second new ball to come as well, as Bosch is in, bowls, and it's his run to backward point. There's no run. Middlesex would dearly love to wrap this up and not take up too much more of the 47 overs that remain of the match. On the road again on Thursday to Canterbury for the match on Friday morning. I'm sure they'd love to get home in good time tonight, and well, with at least a session. At the moment, half a day still to go, but at least a session to spare. Now they'd dearly love to go bang bang now and have half a day to spare. Here comes Bosch. He bowls to Taylor. It's pushed back to mid-off. Top ball again. Got the build for it, got the look for it, Bosch, hasn't he? Tall fella, athletic. Not particularly broad-shouldered, but he looks strong though, doesn't he? He's not... Finch, for you guys, has got a big pair of broad shoulders on him, hasn't he? Bosch hits the crease, bowls, and dug out. Full ball. Push back up the track. And no run. 164 for 7. Cloudy day in Worcester. Cloudy Monday. It's a funny one when it finishes on Monday, isn't it? It's the start of the week and you're just finishing a game.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It really is.
Do you wonder whether they need to go back to Thursday through Sunday games? The way that there's the drop-off at the weekend and very few on a Monday. In comes Bosch, bowls, and this is easy to backward point, but you could ask 100 people and get 100 different answers on how the championship should be formed. Or probably the better math for that is 7 people and get 7 different answers on which day of the week the championship game should start.
Yeah.
Deep square drops back, long leg already back. Short leg crouches down, retreated slightly now, mid wicket there also, and Bosch comes in to bowl to Taylor. It's run down to the vacant deep third for 4. Little dab at that one, only one slip in place. So had an optimistic roll to his right, Tom Helm. But Taylor ticks along to 108. He ticks along to 6. Sorry, 190 more to win on 168 for 7. I was pausing on all of it just to see if the scoreboard was going to tick in a different direction.
Gone. Go on to continue. Why wouldn't he? 18 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 29. Worcestershire hanging in there as ever. 13 runs added since Brooks was out, and he was out in the 55th over, so 13 added in 9 overs since then. That's how hard it's been. Very, very difficult. Go hard. As hard you can see, there's a run in the last half an hour. Bowling now again to Cullen, who is forward, pushing out on the offside. No more ambition about this than just to stay there, Cullen. And that's fair enough. .168 for 7. Changing his field. Short fine goes a bit deeper. Maybe hoping for another top edge sweep from Cullen. He's certainly gone for the sweep. And he's got it away very fine, and he's got 4 buys, in fact. He hasn't got anything on it. So Gohar knew exactly what he was doing. He went to fire it down the leg side, encouraging Cullen to sweep. Sweep he did. Didn't make any contact. And the ball raced away to the boundary for 4, but they were buys. In he comes again round the wicket. Normal service is resumed as he's on the length. And Cullen is just pushing out on the offside. Very quiet out there now. Not much noise from the stands either. Not much for the home faithful to be excited about. Cullen is back and turns us on the leg side for a single. Just gets him off strike for the first time for ages against Gohar. First run off Gohar for about 20 minutes, I would think. 173 for 7. Taylor marks his guard at the New Road end. Don't think he's faced Gohar at all. Different challenge because he's got a bigger reach than Cullen, so Zafar might just feel he's got to pull his length back a bit. Indeed, instead he goes for a change of pace and pushes this through, and Taylor on the back foot plays up to mid-on. And 73 for 7 then. Taylor on the back foot again, defends down on the onside. It's the end of the over from Gohar. 19 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 30. Bosch at the other end, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27. The only other bowler we've seen use since lunch is Morgan, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 39.
Now on 73 for 7. It's a countdown now in every single way. A countdown to tea, countdown of the deliveries remaining of the game. Middlesex will feel as though it's just a matter of keep doing the basics right and these 3 wickets will come. Don't go chasing it. It's a slip, a backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square. He's more long leg, isn't he? And then there's 3 kind of on the catch. Short leg. Who's getting across to silly mid-off now? Shortish mid-wicket. And then square leg around to mid-wicket. Those 2 are pretty tightly knit there as Robson goes a little finer with the removal of the short leg. It's Bosch to Cullen. 4 from 43. He's in. Bowls. Cullen defends. No one given up the ghost of saving it for sure. 173 for 7, 185 shy of, well, as Frank says at this stage now, you have to call it a nominal target. But goodness me, 15 minutes or so before lunch it was becoming something a lot more than that with the brilliance of Allison. And it was brilliant, wasn't it? Bosch passes the umpire, he bowls and chopping down onto this outside the off stump. It's eased to cover by Cullen. 3 to come of the over, 66th of the innings. And there's quietness about the field again now, but I guess their feeling is that they're nearly there. So come on. Someone go bang bang and get this nearly over the line. Here's Bosch, he's in, bowls and defending this. Cullen balls back into the onside. Come on Bosch, is the cry from somewhere in the field. Well, if they can get over the line here, Middlesex, then a trip to Kent, who are, as we've said, second in the table as it stands. That will give them hope that they're able to be up in the promotion spots by the end of next round. As forward goes Cullen to Bosch. No run again. Chat again between Roland Jones and Deploy. What are they saying? Is it the ball again? Having a look at it and they trying to get it changed. Did they ever get this one changed?
No. Well, no, I don't think they did.
Slip and a short mid wicket. There's a silly point in place and Bosch is in, bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. 2 mid on, 173 for 7. .358 was the total that they were set by the declaration by Deploy, who's working on the ball now. He was brilliant, wasn't he? And I think it was touched upon that Holden and Robson, plus their partnership, plus Deploy, that's been the difference in this game. Bosch bowls inside edge down to long leg, single taken, end of the 66th, 174 for 7. And Cullen ticks to 10. Taylor has 6. Cullen keeps the strike.
Yeah. 49 deliveries for his 10, but that's good for the young man, you know. Got 0 in the first innings. Gone out there and faced 49 deliveries. Great experience for him. And we are seeing, heavens above, a change in the bowling. So
Skipper.
We're going to see the
Please
skipper.
Deploy. I think he underbowls himself, but skippers always do.
They do.
I was going to say unless they're out and out bowlers, but even Roland Jones, I think his spells became shorter when he became skipper.
So Deploy with his left arm spin. Bit different sort of challenge to that provided by Zafar Gohar, who deserves a rest. Brilliant figures. 19 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 30. Hardly a bad ball. Couple of short ones, that's all. Error of judgment from Ben Allison, wasn't it, when he got out? Big error of judgment. He'd played that shot once before this morning, a paddle sweep, but he tried to play it to that one from Gohar and he got across way too far, didn't he? And, well, it didn't just clip leg stump, it flattened it. Deploy round the wicket to Cullen, and that one is a little bit of a loosener, short and wide. Cullen cuts it for 4. Long chase for Luke Holman, but on a sub, but he couldn't get enough speed up to catch up with the ball, and it just drifted into the rope. So a boundary for Cullen takes him to 14. A ripple of applause, and Worcestershire 178 for 7.
Well, if they get it down below 150, Frank.
Oh, shut up. Deploy then again. Round the wicket to Cullen. Quicker, flatter arm trajectory than Gohar. Pushed out on the offside.
Well, we've seen what your number 10 can do.
Yeah. Goodness knows what your number is. You wait till you see Harry Darley.
Oh, of course.
Pushed
There's
out
your
on the
story.
offside for a single by Cullen.
There is your story.
Not famous for his stroke play. Can stick around, but not famous for his stroke play. At any level, as far as I'm aware.
Does he have a bit of artistic licence when it comes to his technique, does he?
Stop it. Too contrived. 15 now to Cullen, 179 for 7. Pushed through outside the off stump by Deploy, and they're appealing for something, but Taylor lifted his bat way clear of that. Might better be a roll with Louis if it flicked his trousers on the way through to Cracknell's gloves. Yeah, well, it flicked the pad, but it was turning away. God, he got a bit of a cheek to ask for that one. tucked away off the inside edge for a single, this one by Taylor. Turning away, hit him outside the line. He wasn't playing a shot, and they appealed for elbow review, knowing that it was actually turning that way as it hit the pads outside the line. So trying it on. The umpire is not to be swayed. He's been really good, hasn't he? The on loan transfer on borrowed Indian umpire outside the off. Left alone the last one, who apparently Ulas Gandhi has apparently, Jake Libby was telling me, stood in the IPL final rounds anyway, so he's obviously highly thought of. He's been really good in this game, hasn't he? Very calm. Bosch to continue.
Yeah.
1 for 28 from 13. Hasn't asked as many questions as quite a few of the other seamers. Or is that just me? It doesn't seem to anyway.
He hits the deck and hits the bat hard, doesn't he? But I don't know, there have been occasional glimpses, I'd say, in this game from Morgan and Helm, haven't there? But I don't think either of the three have really stepped up like Roland Jones did, as Bosch comes in, bowls, and this is worked down to long leg for a single. 181 for 7. It's been a funny old game, because at times you see what Roland Jones did, and a couple of the Worcestershire bowlers did, and but pitch starts doing a bit and you think this is it, it'll go now, boom boom boom, but then just seems to not so much flatten out, but it's played nicely, hasn't it, for the majority of today, I'd suggest.
Yeah, just now and again, isn't it? There's been a couple of poor shots, and Alison Brooks.
Bosch bowls left alone through to the keeper. There goes the chatter again. I think as well with Bosch, they're probably thinking overseas player. You don't really at this stage think you want to bowl Toby Roland Jones into the ground because you're going to need him at Canterbury on Friday. I think you mentioned something similar about Taylor, didn't you?
No, I just think I was just looking at it. He's bowled.
It's a length ball, push back, no run.
So this is his 14th, and he bowled 16 in the first innings. So that's 30 overs on this pitch, and he's only taken 1 wicket. Just made me think.
How many what's the comparison though with the others?
Helm 2 in the first innings, none in this innings.
Here goes Bosch bowls, and forward goes the right-handed Cullen, pushing back, no run.
Morgan 1 in the first innings, 3 in the first innings, and 1 in this innings. So he's got more. I don't know. I'm just just musing really about whether you'd expect. I would expect on a pitch that has not been easy to bat on for my overseas quick to have got more than 1 in 30 overs. But I'm not saying
it's more a T20. They've got him in mainly for the T20 rather than being a red ball expert.
Yeah.
But useful to have around, especially with the absence of Higgins. As Bosch is in, bowls and up on his toes. Cullen defends into the offside. One left of this over, and then 15 minutes to tea. Which means a bit of Bradder's birthday cake.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Man going out into the deep.
Never know, might get some from the club as well. Double cake day.
Man goes out into the deep. There is a short leg and a slip. They're going to test Cullen out with the short one.
In comes Bosch, bowls the Yorker as the bluff. 181 for 7, Cullen 15, Taylor 8.
And out since lunch, if you're just joining us, D'Oliveira straight after the break, caught at slip by Helm off Zafar Gohar. Lovely left arm spinner's dismissal, that one. Just bringing the right hander forward and turning it to take the outside edge. And then Ben Allison bowled, miscalculating the line really as he looked for a paddle sweep off Zafar. Bowled leg stump, got too far over inside the line. And then Waite playing on against Morgan, out for 8. And Brooks, misjudgment again, top edging a sweep off Zafar, caught by Caleb Faulkner running back from square leg. Here is Deploy to start his second over with a ball which is pushed out on the onside by Taylor. Deploy, one of those left arm spinners that asks the umpire to stand a long way back so that he can come through, as they say. Are you coming behind or through? Through, please, sir. He comes through between the umpire and the stumps at the non-striker's end and bowls. And again, Taylor is defending this, pushing it out on the offside. 181 for 7 then Worcestershire. They began this morning at 33 for 2. Deploy again, bowls quicker, left alone. And their best partnership of the entire innings by some considerable margin between Roderick and the night watchman Ben Allison. Taylor drives, good tumbling stop at mid-off, and there's no run. What did they add for that third wicket? 28 for 2 when they came together, so 88 they added. The night watchman before Roderick was LBW. Deploy bowls quicker, pushed out on the offside, and he was the only man out in the morning, but as I say, a bit of a collapse since lunch. 181 for 7 at the moment. As Deploy comes in again, bowls to Taylor, who drives up to mid-off. And there's no run, end of the over, 181 for 7. We've got about, what have we got? 14 minutes before tea. 41 overs left in the day. Worcestershire nominally need 177 more runs to win.
Yeah, so 13 minutes. Well, Middlesex just as much as for the motorway as anything. Would like to take in one more, but in that time, wouldn't they? Oh, what are they all looking for? Somebody's looking up at something on the balcony. They're looking for Zafar Gohar. Here he comes. Is he due to bowl this over?
M42, M40.
Yeah, if we'd gone away early enough, I'd have gone the back roads, 'cause it's a lovely drive back from Worcester
through the
back road. Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Broadway, Morton, Chipping North.
Yeah, you put in avoid motorways on your sat nav when you're driving to and from Worcestershire, as long as the time goes right.
Broadway, Morton, Chipping, Camden, Woodstock, that way. Yeah, I've done that a few times, but it is a lot slower.
Oh, someone's car alarm's going off. Is that yours, Frank?
No, I walked.
What did you say? It doesn't have an alarm.
No, I walked.
Looking at the ball. It's your favourite pastime, Frank.
Looking at the cricketers, looking at the ball, counting the times. They've asked the umpire to change it before they eventually give in and say, "Oh, for goodness sake, have another one, stop moaning, what's the matter with you?" Don't you remember when you played in the park with anything you can get your hands on, if it had a seam on it? Remember corkies? You're not old enough, are you?
What was that?
Well, they were when I was a kid, and you played with tennis balls and whatever.
Bosch bowls and forward goes Cullen, running this one down to deep third. They'll get 2. Zafar Gohar has collected 183 for 7.
There were some balls that were called corkies because they were made out of cork, like cork balls, and they just got heavier and harder the older they got, if they got wet and whatever. And
I know that feeling.
Didn't half hurt if you missed it and hit your leg. Cool. I wonder if there's anybody else out there who remembers corkers. It might even have been just a northern thing, I don't know, but yeah.
I get heavier after every away game. I've got 2 back-to-back now.
Too many breakfasts.
And cakes. And lunches and dinners. In comes Brooks, bounced through to the keeper, and second breakfast.
Breakfast the one though, isn't it? Because you're staying in a hotel.
Yeah, it feels rude not to, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it's paid for. It's in price. So you go down in the morning, you think, I don't really need anything. If you were at home, you wouldn't dream of having. You might have a banana, and then you end up. I'll have a bit of cereal just to start me off. Well, maybe I won't have a full cup, but I'll just have a bit of bacon and a sausage, and it's there, isn't it? Oh, those eggs look quite good. Too easy.
Bosch, he's in bowls, and this ball's driven to a deep enough mid-off there, deploy. No run, I guess everybody else is so close it makes him look deeper. Oh, someone's after us. Who's after us? Who's ringing?
I think it's music.
Ah.
Yeah, it's music on my phone. Oh, I know what it is.
Music to your ears, Frank.
I know what it is.
Early finish.
I know what it is.
Technical problems. Bosch bowls, and that's defended by Cullen into the offside. A hush around New Road.
So 11 overs after this to the new ball. And I would say 3 overs after this to tea. Depending how quickly it gets
3
through
to tea?
this. No, it won't be 3, will it be 1? Probably, won't it? 15, 2 maybe, depending how long it takes for him to finish this over.
Bosch past the umpire, bowls, and block hole delivery, dug out.
Is he very good in T20 then, Bosch?
Look, Middlesex have won 1 game, so he can't really ask.
I saw it. I watched it actually. I watched that game.
I can't remember which one was it.
Josh Takera's got 80, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he was good in that. Where was that? Hove on TV. Yeah.
And then he got a 0 first ball the next night.
Just turn the sound down and listen to the radio, Frank. Say yes, Frank.
I didn't. Because I didn't know you were on. Otherwise, of course, I would have done without a doubt. Because I don't actually like the Sky commentary on T20.
Oh, you can't say that. Here goes Bosch over the wicket. He bowls, and this is work back with a square on the leg side, and they'll take a single. 186 for 7. Yeah, there's a hush around the ground, isn't there? It's a wait and see moment here at New Road. Wait and see. Will it be any time soon? The end here. Will they drag it out, or will they even save it? But there's not much to be getting excited about at the moment. Middlesex should be lifting themselves to try and get it wrapped up, shouldn't they? But from a Worcestershire perspective, it's sit back and wait and see. Bosch bowls, and this beats the edge of Taylor's forward defence. I do think he's beaten the edge a lot, Bosch. I'll say that. In this game.
15 overs now these two been together.
Target to wins nearly below 150.
And 2 more overs before tea, I would say. Is deploy going to carry on?
No. Sam Robson. Throw it to anyone. Golden arm, Robbo. Even Brad has said it with a bit of surprise in his voice.
No, he didn't. He said it in that usual Sam Robson.
That's his falling asleep voice.
Yeah. Leg breaks then.
Do you think he wakes up in the middle of the night, Bradders?
Loopy leg breaks.
Jake Libby. Dan Laskin. Yeah, leg break.
I used to do it, you know, the PA here. I did it for a couple of years whilst doing cricket call. So I had a microphone next to my equipment.
Did you get paid double?
They used to pay for my accommodation, and I had a microphone that came up like that. And all I did was I would be commentating, and a wicket would go down, and I would just go so, and I'd press the button and say Graham Higg was caught by Colin Metson off the bowling of Steve Watkin for 197. And then I'd release the button and carry on talking. And then I'd say, coming on at the Diglis end is Sam Robson. And then so it was part of the commentary, but it was also going over the public address. Robson bowls, and Cullen is on the back foot cutting a short ball away square on the offside. Luke Holman, the substitute fielder, comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Who's he on for, Holman? Is it? It's not Roland Jones. He's at mid-on, isn't he?
Well, it was Zafar. It's now Max, I think, is it? Or is that Max? No, that's Max there at extra cover. I don't know. They've all been on and off this last little while today.
Robson again with his leg spin. Ball short to Taylor, and he too cuts away on the offside, and Holman is again the fielder. Tried to get a fly but missed it.
Was that a metaphor?
No, I tried to get a fly but missed it. It reminds me of that story about the karate expert who could kill flies just with the chop of his hand. You know that one?
No.
And there's a fly flying around, and the karate expert says, I can hit the fly with just one chop of my hand. This one is short outside, there's something left alone. The fly flying around, and he waits for it and watches it, and then he goes shump like that with his hand, and the fly carries on flying around the room. And just break off as Robson bowls the next one. Cullen cuts for a single again out to the substitute on the boundary, and whoever else is in the room says to the man, well, you didn't get the fly, and he goes, no, but the fly will not be having any children.
Oh dear. Is this the same fly you've been trying to get for 4 days?
No, I've had a few. I think it's the one they were spraying fly spray out next door yesterday. Taylor is in behind this one and turns it on the leg side for a single, and the score creeps along ever so slowly to 190 for 7, and Taylor's into double figures. Cullen's on 20. Robson bowls, and Cullen's on 21 now because he's just steered this one with the spin, and there was a bit of spin all along the ground past slip. Keeps the strike, 191 for 7, and we're going to have one more over before tea.
Yeah, 191 for 7, and Zafar Gohar will change ends. There we go. So he was called back down the steps and he's sent out of that.
I wonder why he's decided to change ends. Maybe they think there's a little bit more to work with at the other end in terms of wear on the pitch. He's been getting a bit of turn, he's got great control. Maybe they just think there's going to be a little bit more in terms of purchase for him bowling from the new road end. He'll only get one more over in. He'll be bowling to Cullen. He's on 21, and he's dug in well, I think, the young man, after getting 0 in the first innings.
What's he waiting for? Building the tension. Mid-wicket and extra cover have got a swap. Well, Morgan's gone to extra cover. Extra cover, who was Holden, has gone to second slip for Gohar. 2 slips, silly mid-off, and a short leg, and Zafar Gohar, his left arm around the wickets, bowls Cullen, 191 for 7. And forward goes Cullen, pushing back. Here's Gohar, bowls, inside edge, all along the floor. Fielded at short leg. Gohar again. Left arm round, he bowls and forward goes Cullen, defending to mid wicket. Backward point, cover and a mid off, mid on, and 45 those not around the bat, which there are 4 plus the keeper. As on the back foot, that's defended to silly mid off. Yeah, funny old day. There's nothing to make a noise, but everybody sat in silence to see this through now. Go Hart. Bowls, solid defence from Cullen again on 21. Which was the wicket that fell, do you think, when Worcestershire decided that'll do? We'll have to bat for the draw now. Is it 5? 5 down?
Maybe wait. 6, yeah.
Gohar bowls. Oh, bit of bounce. Played off the splice, but played into the ground by Cullen. No run. That's tea. On the final day, there are 38 overs remaining in the game, a minimum of. But tea's late, so you won't get any. Oh no, tea's not late. Well, it's late by a minute. It would have been late if we were playing to 32. 191 for 7 is the score. 167 more to win is the nominal target for Worcestershire. But never say never, Frank.
Henry Collins on 21. Tom Taylor is on 10. 72 overs have gone. 191 for 7. 167 more needed. Forget that. Can they survive for 38 overs? I doubt it. The new ball is due in 8 overs time. The batting to come, Bayers, Swanepoel and Harry Darley. So one recognised sort of bowler slash batter in Swanepoel. Darley is a bowler who has a decent enough defensive technique, but I think Middlesex are very strong favourites. They've been patient. That little burst of wickets after lunch has put paid to any realistic ambitions Worcestershire had of trying to go for a win. Can they hang on for a draw? Unlikely. We'll find out in 20 minutes time. So do join us then. And once again, thanks to Jake Libby and Dan Latigan for their company this afternoon. welcome back. Welcome back to New Road. Play about to get underway after tea on the last day of this county championship match between Worcestershire and Middlesex, with Sam Robson bowling from the Diglis end of the ground to Tom Taylor, who pushes the first ball of the evening session out on the offside, and the second. And there's no addition. Worcestershire 191 for 7, needing to survive another 37 overs after this if they are to save the game. Robson bowls, Taylor on the back foot, plays defensively out on the onside. The new ball is due in 7.5 overs time. I'm certain it will be taken if the game is still going on at that point, and Middlesex will regard that as their best chance of wrapping things up. Robson again bowls, and Taylor is again forward and playing this defensively out on the offside. Worcestershire beginning the day on 33 for 2, lost just one wicket in the morning session before going into the break at 131 for 3. Taylor defends again. The man out this morning, Roderick, LBW to Bosch for 20. And then after lunch, D'Oliveira out for 4. Allison, the night watchman, for a career best 89. And Matthew Waite for 8. Ethan Brooks without scoring. Robson is in again, bowls, and Taylor is on the back foot working this one away square on the leg side. There's no run. That is the end of the first over after the interval. And it was a maiden. So Worcestershire with 37 overs left in the day. And we're going to see medium pace from the New Road end of the ground from Seb Morgan. And there's one wicket so far in the innings, that of Waite, who he bowled, I think by an inside edge, for 8. But the key bowler in this second innings undoubtedly has been Zafar Gohar, 20 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 30 for him. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is my very good friend Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London is just back, and seam at one end, spin at the other, but not Gohar, Kevin. It's Morgan at this end after Robson bowled that first over after the break.
I should have asked you for a cup of tea. Sorry, Frank. I got up and went and made one. Oh, he's got one. Yeah, Morgan it is. And that is Leas Deploy making all the noise that you can hear in the background.
7 overs till the new ball.
Here he comes. Morgan bowls to Cullen, who's in behind this. Alright, you wrote off the chances of winning it, quite rightly.
Thank you.
This morning. Oh no. What's the chances of saving it? 37 overs, 3 wickets. One of those 7 down a night watch.
A new ball.
And new ball, yep. Keep the factors going, yeah. What
15%.
15%. Morgan bowls. Cut away through cover point. That's 4 runs. 1. Is it 4? Oh, it's going to stop, is it? Oh, he's pulled it back. I mean, it virtually did stop just before the road, but it was slowing so quickly that Faulkner... I guess there was that little bit of overnight rain, wasn't there, that maybe he just didn't get hold of it, but it looked off the bat as though that was gone, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
I'd have thought.
I thought it bobbled just before he got there, but he obviously flicked it back just inside the rope.
So, what inspiration can Middlesex find here to see this over the line? They found a couple of sparks of inspiration across this match, I'd suggest, as here's Morgan, he bowls, and inside edge, I think, onto the pad. They've gone up and they've gone quickly back down on that one. Big inside edge?
I'm not sure. Thought it was going down anyway, but hard to tell from wide long on, isn't it? I'll have a look at the replay now. Have you looked at it?
No, I'm just listening to them chattering out there.
No, it wasn't the worst shot in the world, you know.
That's why I think there was an inside edge. I think they'd still have been appealing now. Here's Morgan. Slip and a silly point and a length ball that's turned offensively into the onside, no run. Watching the footy tonight, Frank? Actually, there's one in an hour, isn't there?
Well, Belgium's the one I've got in the sort of...
Oh, which one? Which sweep? Off the sweep?
It's not exactly a sweep. It's a thing for Macmillan Cancer Research that is where you just picked a number and then they drew the numbers out.
Yeah.
And mine turns out to be Belgium.
Morgan's in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. So Cullen 24, Taylor 10, 196 for 7. Come on, lads. The chatter's there again after tea, isn't it? They've been quiet at times out in the field today. But chatter's there again as in comes Taylor down to long leg, single taken. Taylor moves to 11. 197 for 7. And it is now 161 to win off 37. Remember there was the days when T20 first started and chases started to become a thing. It's like, well, what we'll do is we'll hang in there all day and we'll get it down to a T20. And with 20 overs to go, if we and that, you know, it used to be going along at 2 and over, didn't they? Then 20 overs to go. If we need 110, we'll go for it. Here's a length ball pushed back up the track and there's no run. Those conversations don't happen anymore. There's no thought of that whatsoever. That we'll bat for the draw all day, and if we've got enough wickets left with 20 overs to go, and this is T20 era, then we'll open up and we'll throw the bat at it, gambling 3 wickets, and if we lose 3 wickets, we'll shut up shop again and we'll go for the draw again for the whatever's left. It's funny when you look back and think of it now. It's such a
I can remember when they first brought in, you might be too young to remember this, but when I played club cricket and they first brought in 20 overs in the last hour, for the first time, club cricketers in friendlies often were thinking, we will need to think about what we can get in the last 20. Sam Robson bowls, played down on the offside. And I can clearly remember when somebody said, well, you know, we can get 100 in the last... No, we'll never get 100 in the last 20. Flip out, you must be joking. 100 in the last 20. Robson bowls, beats him with one that turns outside the off stump. And, yeah, you know, nowadays, 100 in the last 20, you'd laugh, wouldn't you? It wouldn't even be a consideration.
Yep. No, it's well, I say 100 off the last 10 in a 50 over game now, don't they?
Yep. Outside the off stump again from Robson. It's found quite a nice little rhythm here. Getting a bit of turn. That was a real beauty, that one. Landed it exactly right. Turn past the outside edge. That second ball of the over. Taylor. Little flex of the knees. Waits and turns this on the leg side. Getting very excited, Robson, out there. Every ball he bowls, but he is getting some grip. There is no question about that. I love watching leg spinners bowling when they're getting a little bit of turn. It's just so much fun, isn't it? He's in again and he bowls. And appeal for LBW this time, not given. Previous one was turned right off middle by Taylor. Had it hit the pad, there'd have been a Massive shout. That was the 4th one. 5th one did hit the pad. And there was a little shout. Robson just changing his field now. Going to have a man in under the helmet. It was the googly, actually. And it was a good googly. But it hit him outside the line.
Robson,
hit him outside the line. Nicely bowled. Very nicely bowled. That one's wider, and Taylor gets a run. Cracks it out on the offside Bosch fields on the cover boundary. End of the over. 1 run from it, 198 for 7, 75 gone, 5 before the new ball, 35 left in the day. Cullen 24 and Taylor 12.
So sun battling a thinner bit of cloud on a hazy, cloudy day at New Road, and here is Bosch down below us, ready to go. And one slip crouches down as this is left alone outside of the off stump. Through to the keeper. It's Morgan, not Bosch. My apologies, Morgan. Morgan, it is. It's too automated myself at that point for the pre-tee to keep saying it was Bosch. Turning again, running into bowl. But Morgan it is. Coach's corner down below us. Murtagh, Coots, and Fulton. Salisbury must have gone home. I haven't seen him today. But then Cootsy wasn't here for a couple of the days, so maybe they were doing it in tandem this match for whatever reason. Obviously fighting for the trip to New Road. Alright, you do 2 and I'll do 2. Didn't want to miss out on the cathedral. 198 for 7. Here's Morgan in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Leg gully in place now as well. Morgan past the umpire, bowls and left alone outside the off stump. 198 for 7. Oh, gone through him. 4 byes. Nearly down to 150. 156. I won't get you again with that one. You just ignore me now, won't you? 156 more to win. Nominally. 35 overs more to survive. But second new ball, 4 overs away. Here's Morgan. Past the umpire, he bowls, and this is short run away down to deep third. That's beautifully played. Riding the bounce. Morgan, Gohar's the man to give chase, and they'll take 2. That 4 actually for the 4 byes had brought up to 200 as well, hadn't it? Then now it's 204 for 7, and it's 154 to win. On a level of 1 to 10, how irritating will it be when it gets below 150 to win? And I say to you, well, if they can get it down to double figures, Frank.
0.
Because you're just ignoring. You've had enough of it now. You're not even being baited. Morgan bowls leg side.
On a different note, on a level of 1 to 10, how irritating will it be if Worcestershire get it down to 150 and they're still only 7 down, and they end up surviving and they're 80 short or something like that, and they'll think, gosh, if we had just batted a little bit better, had a little bit more luck at the top of the order. Middlesex would be terribly frustrated not to win now, to be fair.
Morgan bowls short down the leg side. It's through to the keeper. Well, I mean, the second new ball. We haven't seen Roland Jones since I don't know when, but he'll be throwing that second new ball with Helm.
Yeah, in 4 overs time.
Yeah. I think if Middlesex don't topple them today, there will be questions that they'll ask amongst themselves, saying, lads, how have we not seen that through? But it's definitely behaved better today, the pitch, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Which is again why it's so annoying, I think, for Worcestershire to have lost those wickets in that little post-lunch period.
Yeah. Having just got to a position to think about it.
Yeah, because they weren't dismissals brought about by vagaries of the pitch. Robson bowls, Cullen drives, no run. Were they really? D'Oliveira's was a straightforward nick, that's fair enough, but Allison, miscalculation really, having played so well. Can't really fault him, but Brooks, top edge of the sweep, normally a shot he plays very well. Don't think you can really say that weight was undone by the pitch. So, yeah, it hasn't been a bad pitch. Robson bowls, Cullen cuts, fine, and he's going to get 4 down to third man. Perfectly deliberate shot. He goes to 28, 208 for 7. And I think Jake Libby said that when he was on air. It's not been a bad pitch really. There has been the odd ball in it that's been very difficult, as he found in the first innings, and Cullen found in the first innings, and Deploy found in the first innings. But they're few and far between, particularly today, and that'll be part of the frustration for Worcestershire if they lose with only 10 overs to go, or if they lose with having feeling that they got close to saving it, that they could have applied themselves a bit better. Play a miss from Cullen at that one. Robson again, landing his leg breaks very, very nicely at the moment.
Yeah, he's worked hard on him over the years. He's always been a decent part-time, but I think Middlesex have always had better part-timers, if that makes sense, which is a shame for Sam, because he may well have bowled a lot more than he did.
Bowls now, and Cullen on the back foot plays nicely out into the covers. Might have been tempted to go for a single by Max Holden's misfield, but thought better of it. 1 ball left in the over. Robson's only gone for 10, coming up to the end of his 4th over. Balls now, and quicker and flatter, and played down on the offside by Cullen. End of the over, 208 for 7.
Live cricket from the BBC here at New Road with BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson, myself Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, and we're live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the streams of the respective websites, where it's one of those occasions where you think, you probably do know the outcome now. But where there's life, there's hope. 208 for 7, 33 overs to bowl, but that second new ball is 3 overs away, and that's going to be when the work of Cullen, 28 from 83, and Taylor, 14 from 67, really begins. The nominal target now, 150 more to win, 33 overs remain. Morgan loses his run-up.
Taylor back to away. Wasn't quite ready, I don't think.
Not a delaying tactic.
No, I genuinely think he looked up and was about to go in, and he was on his way.
Yes. Morgan in bowls, and this is pushed back by Taylor, no run. 14 from 67. He's going far quicker than Max Holden went in the first innings. But what a brilliant innings that was. And again, right now, it's that morning session and Leas Deploy. It's as simple as that, really, isn't it? There's 150 runs. Well, it's a lot more than 100. Leas Deploy was 150 plus in the match, wasn't he? Aggregate.
180,
Yeah. Morgan bowls, and this is short and pulled through mid-wicket. And long leg, deep square leg, giving chase. Just a 1 to the total, and 209 for 7 it is. The target to win is below 150.
They've added 54, these two.
The target to win is below 150. Add another 54 and the target will be down to double figures. No, it's a good. What it is, Frank, is it's really good to see the resistance that's shown here. In all seriousness, as Morgan's in, he bowls, and that's a bumper through to the keeper. We did say this morning when that partnership was going well, there will be a flurry of wickets at some point, but then there will be another partnership. It's when that partnership comes and how long it goes as to whether they'll have a chance of winning it. Well, we're pretty much saying at this point this partnership has come too late for them to win it, and it's about can this partnership save it. Over by over, count them down. It's a big 8 points. What do they call it? A 32-pointer. But what a wonderful 4 days this has been. It's a funny old finish to it because it is quiet and you do kind of feel like you know who's going to win, but it's still been a magnificent 4 days. As here's Morgan, he's in bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Cullen. 28 to his name, 209 for 7. Plenty of jibber jabber out there in the middle. Morgan bowls, leg side, and away it goes fine. Now, what was that coming off? Long leg will get there, so it's probably leg byes then because it slowed up so much it was. On leg bye taken, or was it 2?
Just 1.
Just 1. 210 for 7, thank you. There's a watery sun hitting the scoreboard now, isn't there, and the hotel. Morgan. He's in now, bowls, and left alone outside of the off stump. Had a thrust forward. End of the 78th. 2 to the second new ball. 32 remain of the match. 210 for 7, Worcestershire.
Early today, Worcestershire 33 for 2 overnight. Libby out for 0 last night and Latigan for 15. They only lost Roderick this morning for 20. At lunch it was 131 for 3. D'Oliveira out soon after lunch for 4, and then Allison, night watchman, who'd been in obviously since yesterday evening, was out for 89, a career best. That was 154 for 5, and then 2 more wickets falling for the addition of just 1 run. Waite out for 8, Brooks without scoring, and then these two digging in before tea to take it to 191 for 7 at the interval. 210 for 7 now as there's a change in the bowling at the Diglis end. Sam Robson having a break. Lewis Deploy can have another one, and then I think we'll probably see Toby Rowland Jones at that end with the new ball in his hand in the 81st over. Deploy to bowl the 79th, and he is bowling to Cullen, who is forward, and we're back to the pre-tee scenario of short leg slip, first slip, second slip, and silly mid-off, not leg slip. We have had a leg slip at some point. Deploy round the wicket bowls, that kind of leaping action and a quick bowling arm. Let go by Cullen outside the off stump. It's not quite a conventional action in terms of its timing, so normally you would get the right foot landing, the right arm coming down, and then the left, but it's all kind of just a little bit accelerated at the very end, which would be fine for Cullen now, but when you first face him, you would imagine it takes 2 or 3 deliveries just to get your mind tuned into the exact timing of the release point because of his footwork. He does have that little sort of hop just there, and then bowls quite chest on delivery, pushed on the offside by Cullen. 210 for 7. 28 to Cullen. He was on a pair when he came in. He played really well. He faced 90 deliveries now. Ooh, he's out. Oh, I've done him. He's out. What a catch that is by Tom Helm at slip. Brilliant catch. Turned, bounced, left Cullen, edged it, and Helm wide at slip because the keeper's standing up. Took a beauty last night with his left hand. Took one earlier today as well. A much easier one, quite low down. And this one, if he's standing really wide looking at it, and that is a magnificent catch. It's nearly past him.
Yeah.
And he sees it, reaches the left hand out, and it's just a pure reaction catch. It's a brilliant, brilliant catch. Henry Cullen played well, as I was saying. I've probably put the curse on him, but he has been dismissed in the period just leading up to the second new ball by the captain, Leos Deploy, via an outstanding catch. And we are very close, one would imagine, to a conclusion now, with Cullen gone for a nice 28. Well played to the young man, but Worcestershire are 210 for 8. New ball is almost with us, and they're on the brink. Great catch.
Yeah, well, I said when Latkin was out, he was a little unlucky that Tom Helm was at slip because of Helm's height. He was able to get up there, unlucky in the sense that the usual slip catcher, Higgins, would have been in there, and Helm was at full stretch. I said he might give me a clip around the ear for saying that, Higgins. If I turn around now and say he's a little unlucky because Higgins is usually at slip there and he'd never have caught that, then I might get a little bit more than a clip around the ear.
Recording.
Oh, I'm saying it because I'm assuming that he goes at home listening, and I'm hoping I can put a smile on his face with a wrist injury. But no, he's the gun slip fielder against the spinners, Ryan Higgins. As soon as the spinners come on, Higgins is straight in at slip. But Helm's doing a fine job of deputising in this game because that was a very, very good catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really good catch.
Actually, thinking about it, Higo's probably watching and's put us on mute, hasn't he? So maybe you do need to record it and send it to him.
It was a top catch. And a bonus wicket because he's only really bowling this over because he wants to get to the new ball, I think. Leos Deploy picking up the wicket then, just directing troops before he bowls the first delivery to the new batsman, who is Byers Swanepoel, coming in at 10. 32 overs left in the day. They won't have given up, Worcestershire, but it's a pretty tall order, isn't it? Swanepoel facing Deploy over the wicket. Deploy is into him and he's back and he's out. He's out. First ball. Swanepoel popped up on him, got an edge, not happy, looped up on the offside, and we are very, very close to the conclusion of this game. Swanepoel's gone. First ball caught on the offside by Helm again, this time an absolute dolly. It's not, do you know what? It's Gohar bowling.
Who did you say it was?
I said it was Deploy, didn't I? What utter nonsense. Beg your pardon, everybody. All the people that have been sitting at home saying, what is he going on about?
Sorry.
It's Gohar. So he's got a 6 for 30.
Well, we said, didn't we, day one, there's bounce and there's seam movement. There's a good chance that Zafar Gohar's going to have some fun on this.
My apologies for saying that it was.
Well, they switched it up a bit. Robson to Deploy, but Gohar.
But it was Gohar. He bowled an over. The reason he bowled
Have you
an
even
over.
written it down that it was Deploy?
Yeah,
you got your Tipex out.
Do you know why? Because he bowled an over before tea from this end. And then Deploy bowled one after tea from the other, and then Gohar came on, didn't he? That's what happened, I think. Anyway, Gohar has picked up his 6th, and Worcestershire are on the brink. Byers Swanepoel, the man out, caught by Helm, off Gohar, and he's got 6 for 30. Swanepoel out, first ball. Helm has picked up 4 catches. That's nice, isn't it? Always a brilliant way to contribute if you're not taking wickets. Pick up catches at slip, and he has got 4. So yeah, I beg your pardon. Let's get it sorted. It was Robson who bowled the first over of spin from that end after tea, because Zafar had bowled one from this end before tea, hadn't he? And then they had to change it. So anyway, it's Zafar, and Robson has now come on to bowl the last over before the new ball at the new road end. Will the new ball ever be required? I doubt it. Will Taylor block this, or will he try and play a shot or two? I don't know.
There's Robson then. Right arm over, he bowls, and a bit of bounce, turn pass slip. Interesting. As ever, watching Sam Robson bowl, there's always a little bit going on there. Here comes Robson, and a forward defence, plunging forward Taylor on this one. It's eased away into the offside. So, will the second new ball be needed? Would you give Gohar the second new ball?
Probably.
Roland Jones from one end, Gohar from the other?
Yeah, probably.
I think you'd have to, wouldn't you? Robson bowls. This is driven back to him. No, right, he throws the ball up in the air. Robson. Oh, he'd love to take a wicket now, golden arm. And got Robson stepping in again. And the slip and the short leg go down. And that's defended into the offside. Slip goes off to collect. 210 for 9. I actually don't want any, because we've had a lovely birthday cake from Bradders today. But didn't Ladies' Day usually send all over? Is the Ladies' Pavilion shut on the final day?
It's not open today, is it?
So is it on the third day they send over what's left usually, don't they? That's what we got yesterday, wasn't it?
No. I think we got a special delivery yesterday that had gone
It wasn't
to
the leftovers?
scorers. No,
Oh.
and some was taken just for us. It wasn't for the whole.
Are you
press
sure?
box.
I thought it was from Ladies' Pavilion.
It was, but it's what normally goes to the
Turned.
scorers. I mean,
It's a short leg. I see. This is what's.
they're about to win the game, and you're going on about cake. Honestly, people will be thinking, "What?
Have you never met me
hands?
before?"
It's obsessed."
Who isn't obsessed by cake? Here goes Robson. Slip and a short leg, and he's in now. Bowls. Full ball. Oh!
Edge for 4.
Oh! He's edged it for. Oh no, it's a buy. Is the umpire going to signal buy? It buys.
Buys.
Turned. He's ripped one.
35
He's ripped one, Robson.
35 extras in this innings.
The target to win. He's below 150. Actually, how much? 144. I'd have been stuck for a while. 214 for 9. Yeah, he said, well, let's have a look at this. He's got that to rip, hasn't he? Because it went closer to slip by the looks of it than it did the keeper. Cool.
Still should have taken it.
Who?
Keeper.
Oh. That's turned a long way though, hasn't it?
Yeah, but
I mean, the keeper would have been completely blinded to that. Part-time leg spinner. He's got a decent googly, but the leg spinner doesn't turn much. And he's racked it.
Ben Folkes would not have let 4 boys through off that, did he, Ray? Let's put it that way. We are having the new ball.
For Zafar Gohar.
For Zafar Gohar.
Looking for a 7-fer. You have to check his best bowling in innings now, aren't I?
Yeah, you are.
Zaf, making me work. We're all just thinking about the motorway on the way home.
Have you put it into ways yet?
I was going to say it's a good place to get lost though on the way home, the Cotswolds, but it's not, because it's a maze, isn't it? The Cotswolds. You could
It's
get
kind of one of
lost.
those where if you know your way through, it's not too bad, but if you don't.
Who was I looking up? Zafar Gohar. Zafar Gohar has a best bowling in an innings, the 31-year-old of 7 for 79. It's
So
on.
It will be on, yeah.
Best in a match of
By a
11
long
for
way.
100. Yeah.
By a long, long way. 6 for 30 so far. He's going to be bowling to an absolute rookie in Harry Darley.
We didn't.
Only in his second ever first-class game.
We didn't particularly think anybody was going to come close to challenging Leas Deploy for player of the match, but Gohar 7. If you get 7 for it, it'll be close.
Short leg slip, 3 slips, silly mid-off. Gohar round the wicket. Darley lets that go outside the off stump. Could do with a pack of cards out there, couldn't they? Just deal them round. Will it be this over? I reckon it'll be this over. I might be wrong. Gohar is in again. Bowls. Darley is forward. Plays that nicely. But it's great expectation out there as that one of the slips goes to short leg, and the short leg is doing that funny. Oh, he's going to do that kneeling thing, Falconer, on the offside, but he's gone dead square on the offside. So it's absolute surrounding of Harry Darley out there. Umpire's crossed over from the off to the leg side so he can see, because Falconer's blocking his view. Gohar is in again and bowls, and he is, oh goodness me, how's that not got through? He's gone back. I thought it had bowled him. It's got an inside edge and it's gone out square on the leg side. Moments away, I suspect, from the end of this game, and possibly moments away from Zafar Gohar at the ripe old age of 31. Picking up a career best. He bowls again and Darley is forward and pushes out on the offside. Better from Darley off that one. Worcestershire are going to be beaten by a massive margin here. 144 is the margin at the moment. Middlesex are going to take 21 points from the game. That one again is left alone outside the off stump. Worcestershire are going to take just 4 points. They were equal, remember, before the game, these two.
One document.
There's Gohar round the wicket. Darley edges. Well, no, that's unfair. Plays it off the face, down into the ground, and gets a single through the slips, which is all very well, but it means he keeps the strike. And Zafar has 22 overs, 11 maidens, no wicket for 31 as his figures, and we're going to see Roland Jones having a ball from the new road end for the first time, I think. I don't remember him bowling from this end in the first innings.
No, I don't particularly.
So Toby Roland Jones with a chance of ruining Zafar Gohar's chance to get a career best. They're going to be 3 slips in place and a short leg for Harry Darley, who is taking guard now at the Douglas end. And Roland Jones, who played beautifully in the first innings, to take 4 for 41 of 17 overs.
You wouldn't have thought Roland Jones was struggling for a 5 for in the match, would you, at this stage? As he's in now, bowls, and forward goes Darley, pushing back. He's hardly struggling, is he? But you'd have thought he was nailed on to have bagged a couple in this innings, but they batted so well this morning. They did a Robson and Holden this morning, didn't they? Although the night watch teed off and that was it. Roland Jones. He's into bowl. She does now, and this is left alone outside off stump. Through it goes. 2:15 for 9. The sun is desperately trying to get through one more time before this game's over, isn't it? It's been trying all day. Have we had a glimpse of unbroken sunshine today? I'm not sure we have.
No, not really.
Watery sunshine.
Maybe just before lunch.
Roland Jones turns away from us. Cathedral's brightened up with this sun. Here it is, it's out, the sun, and in comes Roland Jones. And not out is Darley as he defends back up the track. Yeah, look at the Cathedral, one last time for the game. Brightens up. It's like a magic trick, that Cathedral, isn't it? It goes from looking absolutely filthy to looking glorious.
It's always glorious.
I just wish I was here to see him saying that. What did he say? It looks dirty.
Yeah, could do with a good wash.
Says he. Here's Roland Jones, a bumper through to the keeper it goes. 2:15 for 9. Are you listening, Marty? You might be listening today, Marty Emerson. His game finished yesterday. The Battle of the Cathedrals.
He'll be on the Riviera, won't he?
Well, I was on the motorway back from Old Trafford listening to you two having this back ding dong. The Battle of the Cathedrals.
Somebody rang in. That's what it was. They didn't ring in. Somebody messaged in.
Someone rang in.
Who's a bell ringer. That's why I said rang. A campanologist. And she had rung the bells.
Roland Jones bowls, left alone. Good leave.
In both Worcestershire and Durham cathedrals. And so she was able to express her opinion, and she regarded Marty's comments as heretical. She said heresy.
In general, or just with regards to the cathedral?
In general.
Right, yeah.
No, in regards to the cathedral.
3 slips and the short leg go down, and Roland Jones hits the crease. He bowls. And this is turned down to long leg, fine leg, for a single long leg comes around. Did they reject the single there?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Oh.
Interesting. Taylor wants the strike against Zafar, I think.
Very interesting. Wouldn't you say?
Well, does it mean I think it just means he wants to make it as hard as possible. You never know. Might be an earthquake.
Maybe you've seen Darley's batting.
Well, he has, but Darley faced 100 balls against Durham in one inning.
Roland Jones bowls. Darley, shoulders, arms, hits the pad on the way through. Roland Jones is absolutely imploring the umpire. He doesn't get it. Bats high up in the air. No shot offered. And Roland Jones is beside himself.
He's going to be in trouble with the match referee, I think, and quite rightly so.
He's beside himself about that one, there's no doubt about it. And he's having a chat with the batters. Max Holden quite cleverly goes and gets the sweater. And,
Yeah, see why
he's got a bit of a point. Oh dear. Max Holden, though, very, very cleverly, rather astute that from Max. He went and got the... actually, it may have even been Caleb Faulkner, which is even more astute of Caleb. As a young 18-year-old, he went and got the sweater of the cap from the umpire and then took it over to Roland Jones. Well played, young man. It's possibly the finest shot that Caleb will play all summer. What's the chat out there?
Just helmet
being run on. Come on, get on with it.
They're not in a rush, are they?
Well, they're probably thinking, do you know what? We're taking time.
Let traffic clear.
Exactly. I'm thinking the same now. There's no going anywhere. Do you reckon they'll let us back into the hotel for a bit? Gonna have a swim.
If they know it's you, they will. And then they'll say, "Give us our croissants back."
I bought that croissant at Sainsbury's for you on the first morning. I'll never buy any one again.
I know that's not true because there's no Sainsbury's between the hotel and the ground.
I mean Tesco's, Your Honour.
Zaffago Archibald to Taylor with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 close fielders. 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Still looking for that career best. Maybe that's the umpire, Sirisham Mogam knew. He didn't want Roland Jones to get that wicket because he wanted Gohar to get a 7th. Nearly gets it with the first ball of the over. Plays and misses Taylor. 6 for 31 in 22.1 overs. Gohar. Let go by Taylor this one. So he bowled. He's not been hit. He's been hit for 6 fours, and so those 31, that means probably just about 7 scoring shots. Ooh, hit on the pad, drops down on the offside, and Geddes at silly point dives in, didn't catch it anyway, didn't hit it. Almost every fielder in the game is gathered around the bat as he bowls again, and it's left alone outside the off stump. Go Hart. Another man coming in. Kind of one of those scenarios where everybody in the picture. 3 players, 3 fielders not around the bat. Go Hart bowls, and Taylor is on the back foot, plays defensively down in front of him. Robson fields under the helmet at silly mid-off. Zafar Gohar again is in and bowls. Taylor is full, plays down on the onside end of the over. 23 overs, 12 maidens, no wicket for 31 to Toby Rowland-Jones. Peels off his sweater and cap and lets Max Holden give them to the umpire because he doesn't want to get close to him because he's still seething about not having got that decision off the last ball of the previous over. And I have to say, from what we saw, well, he might be seething.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some, don't you?
Played no shot, swung back in, hit him just outside the line, clattering into middle and leg, I reckon.
Yeah,
Is that how you read it?
Yeah, pretty much. Here he goes, Rowland-Jones. 216 for 9. He wants this wicket now. He's in, bowls, and left alone by Darley. Oh, fun and games cricket, isn't it? Fun and games. It's why we love it, Frank. All the funny little things that happen.
Absolutely.
Rowland-Jones to Darley. He bowls, and it's left alone again, through to the keeper. So you've got back-to-back home games. Our Middlesex are...
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. To Canterbury. Back-to-back away games in this run of... Can you have a run of 2? I'm not sure you can have a run of 2, can you? These consecutive.
It's a pair.
A pair. TC was always a big one on that. You can't have 2 in a row. Here's Rowland-Jones. He's in, bowls, and this is push back.
It's a pair, then you can have a trial of home games following that, can't you? And then a run.
I should tell you that the great mathematician that is David Kendicks objected to the fact that you can't have 2 in a row. So mathematically, or whether it's a physicist thing,
you can.
Maybe you can.
I don't know. I'm an English man, so I was words, not numbers.
So can you have 2 in a row? It's Rowland-Jones. He's in, bowls. This is push back. Oh, DT said you can't grammatically.
You can in words, though. 2 in a row.
He said you can't.
He wouldn't know, though, would he?
I was a sub for the Times for years.
Exactly.
Substitute. Never got on. Here's Rowland-Jones to Darley. He bowls and he beats the edge. How many overs to go? 26 after this. Yeah, funny old day. Could be shaking hands in an hour. Actually, it's now, isn't it? No, you couldn't do it now. You could shake hands in 10 minutes. You can't do it now because you can't declare the final innings of the match, can you? But it would be quite funny if they took the gloves off and went to shake hands with Middlesex. Inside edge, onto the pads, taken at short leg, and the finger goes up this time, and that is that. Darley is gone for 1, his 18th ball. Rowland-Jones has 5 in the match. Worcestershire all out for 216. Middlesex win by 141. Well, Frank, For about an hour or two now, it's probably been inevitable, hasn't it? But for 4 days, it's been a fabulous game, and Worcestershire, for just a little bit on this final day, fought back and nearly opened up the chance of something special. But it is Middlesex that see it home.
They did nearly open up the chance, but not nearly enough. And the truth is, as we've said on lots of occasions, forgive us if you've been with us all through the game and you've heard us say this before, but on the first morning when Worcestershire won the toss and put Middlesex into bat, they had them in a bit of trouble early on with an early wicket, and it was a partnership for the second wicket between Max Holden and Sam Robson, which against really good Worcestershire bowling that really couldn't have been much better. They defied Worcestershire and they didn't take another wicket in the morning session. And on reflection, when we look back over the whole game, that perhaps was the stand which set things up. And from that point onwards, thanks to various other contributions, particularly brilliant batting from Leas Deploy, Middlesex have been in front of this game, and despite the fact that Worcestershire have threatened and they've made little sort of sorties and got back into the game at various times, in the end they never ever really got into a position where they could realistically hope either to save it or to win it. Zafar Gohar's 6 for 31 from 23 accurate overs in the second innings has meant that was never going to happen. Excellent bowling, particularly from Toby Rowland-Jones in the first innings. Good cameo as well, I thought, from Seb Morgan, 58 not out in the first innings and 3 wickets. Good team performance by Middlesex, absolutely deserved to win, and they have won. They've taken 21 points, they've won by 141 runs, and I'll just give you the final bowling figures before I let Kevin just reflect on that for Middlesex. Worcestershire will have to think again. They've got 1 or 2 injury problems. They've got Hose out injured. They've got Finch now out injured. They play Gloucestershire here on Friday. Those bowling figures: Rowland-Jones 11 overs 3 maidens 1 for 21. Helm 10 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 47. Bosch 15 overs 4 maidens 1 for 34. Morgan 18 overs 5 maidens 1 for 48. Deploy 2 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. Robson 5 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. And Zafar Gohar almost got career best figures, didn't quite because he's got a 7 for in the past, but how about this: 23 overs 12 maidens, 6 for 31.
Not bad, that was it. Not bad at all from Zafar Gohar. And yeah, it's at the last he makes a charge for that man of the match award, but you do have to go back to that first morning and feel that that's where it was set up, and it was set up with good old-fashioned proper first-class cricket by Robson and Holden, and it was wonderful to watch then. And looking back now, it makes it all the more wonderful, because you do fancy that is what really put Middlesex in a position where this time, unlike at Lord's, they didn't let Worcestershire back in at any stage. This morning they were held up, but at Lord's 61 for 5, they really kicked themselves after that. The start of the second innings as well, a little wobbled themselves with the bat, and they felt that they let Worcestershire in a couple of times at Lord's, and Worcestershire took full advantage. They made sure they weren't letting them back on this one, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant performance by Middlesex, and Worcestershire will have to go away and lick their wounds and have a rethink. Beaten by 141 runs by a team that was level with them on points. Umpires in discussion with the match referee and the groundsman out there at the moment discussing the pitch. Can't really fault it too much given what a cracking game we've had, but there it is. That is the situation. I'm going to stay on the line because I've got BBC Heaven Worcester coming for an update any moment, but very many thanks to Kevin Hans from BBC Radio London.
Thank you for having me.
From Melinda Farrell for the first 2 days, third voice, and to Dan Latigan and Jake Libby, who joined us today as well. And thank you, of course, to you for being with us online, on the BBC app or on the live stream. We'll be back here at New Road on Friday.